내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 승리 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. reflecting on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망, 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다툼을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다툼을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다툼을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다툼을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
They can focus onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with versus throws. The bears they're feasting. The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? He goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello and welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite, the birth of Marvel Rival Esports, the premier world tournament showcasing the elite talent and meta-defining plays. I am Cozy and I'm lucky enough to be joined by Vicky Kitty. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to join the esports multiverse, Marvel Rivals Ignite adventure alongside you, Cozy. I'm in it for the roller coaster.
Yeah, listen, I mean, hey, from today to the grand finals, we're going to follow every twist, every turn, every team fight that's going to define the path to greatness, guys. It's going to be competitive, but the most we're going to see is the top play in Marvel Rivals. And I am just dead excited, Vicky. And we're going to see some good talent today, I can tell you that.
Absolutely. I mean, literally $3 million prize pool. This is where legends are forged in the Americas region to see which of the top of the crop will come out amongst the rest.
$3 million. That's a lot of money. That is, I mean, you can make a living off that money easily. And we're going to go through everything today in group stage 1, my friends. We've got a lot of games coming your way through the month of June. And we kick things off here today with the group stage. And we'll be going into yet another group stage. And finally, these teams will be going to the playoffs. We've got a bunch of different teams making it, qualifying today in 2 different groups of 8, Vicky, and it's loaded with talent.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it is a double elimination as well, right? So there are another chance here for a lot of these squads to have another opportunity to push through from that lower bracket.
Absolutely. Best of 3 they will be playing today. And with this, look at this prize pool of just the group stage. We have $250,000 on the line for America. First place getting the largest chunk of that by $70,000, with second $35,000 and third $25,000 as well. And my goodness, this is looking crazy. And even just getting in here to the top 8, you're going to walk away with something.
This is crazy. I mean, this is literally life-changing money here for a lot of these teams, where if you feel like you're one of the best, you could yourself try to push your way to the top like a lot of these other players that have made a name for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I love that we've got best of 3 today because it gives you that chance to adapt, fight back, and really make sure for a lot of these teams, it's their first time that they've climbed up through the ranks to get where they are today. And it gives them that chance to get used to this pro level of play in the spotlight, as some would say. In your experience, Vicky, teams that have been here before, is that a massive advantage?
I believe so, because you have to consider just having the experience alone. It doesn't fully get rid of them, I believe, but it gets rid of the jitters just a little bit. You're finally able to compete on the big stage here, even if you're in the comfort of your own home. But it's just what is at line here, what is at stake for a lot of these players to prove themselves as we take a look at our participating teams.
Yeah, and as we look again, we have 2 different groups of 8, and all of the teams right here. We've got matchups of the David versus the Goliath. We have teams that you guys know from the Marvel Rival Invitational, the Marvel Rival Championship, and those got invited from those, the top 8 there that you see. And then in the open qualifiers, we've got 8 electric teams waiting and going to try to prove a name for themselves. And now looking at the different groups of Group A, Group B, I've got to say one of them is looking absolutely stacked, and that is right here, Group A. Look at some of these teams, Vicky. 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, Envy. This is going to get crazy.
This group is so stacked to me, honestly. When I was going back reviewing my notes, there's a lot of different teams that you definitely have to keep your eyes on here for Group A. And of course, today alone, we're going to be seeing the upper 4 teams from both Group A and B play today.
Yeah, listen, I love the teams, the players that we know. And in this tournament, we have players that you might know, but they're on different rosters, new teams, new chances. And as we take a look here at the entire bracket, we've got that upper bracket going into the lower, and we'll be starting things off today with 100 Thieves. You might know them. One of the best here in America versus Luminosity, and that'll be kicking things off. They'll be advancing, and then, of course, we do have our lower bracket. And remember, the top 4 of each group will be advancing to the playoffs automatically.
All right, so a lot already here. And again, it is double elimination, so you still have another chance in that lower bracket. As we take a look at Group B, we highlighted them before. A team, I feel like in general, Group B, still stacked, but man, that Group A still looked like that gauntlet run. But in Group B, I got my eyes, obviously, on Sentinels. I got my eyes on Team Nemesis, Dark Zero as well. So there are a lot of these teams that I definitely have on my radar.
Yeah, what I want to highlight really is that Group A's got a lot of the top teams. Group B is a crazy stack in the middle. Like a lot of the teams here are going to be a lot closer matches, in my opinion. And really, we've seen some of these teams in other orgs come and make brand new, such as the old Shikigami going now to Team Nemesis, which is going to be cool to see how they operate under their new org, new expectations, if you will. And we start things off with Sentinels, and that is going to be a fun matchup later today. Nightmare versus Citadel as well. A team that I've talked to their coach, talked to them, and they have high expectations for themselves, Vicky.
Wow, there's so, I was actually also talking to Dark Zero and their coach too, and give me a little bit of an inside scoop at what they could expect the meta to be, what we could see going into day number 1. Other teams are going to be taking note of the first few squads that are going to be facing off against each other first today, and that's going to kind of give an indicator of where we stand after the changes that we've seen in Season 2.5.
Absolutely, and this is all for the playoffs, right? So those teams with the superstars, which we do have a lot of them. EMEA has some great players, but America is the home to some electric talent that we're going to see actually right away with 100 Thieves. And, I always love, because when you're the top team, you have a lot of expectations, but when you're, you made it in and you're kind of the last seed in there, you could just have fun, let loose, and that's where upsets happen. And I think we just might get some today. And speaking of today, let's go and check out today's schedule and the matches that we'll be seeing with Vicky and myself.
All right, to start things off here for us, Cozy, we got match number 1 with 100 Thieves versus Luminosity Gaming. You hinted at that earlier. And then, of course, we got Nightmare versus Citadel Gaming. Talk to me about the last 2 series that we're going to have for the day.
Yeah, Shikigami, brand new team. Excited to see them form together and what they have to prove. Jobless bums. Look at the no job. Love that. Help wanted. They're trying to not be jobless anymore after they make their way through some wins, hopefully today. And then we have Sentinels. You guys know them. They were once the top dogs. Still a very good team in America. And they're going to be going against Alani Win, who is the story, right, of playing from your couch and earning a spot on the biggest stage here in Rivals. And again, the birth of esports. We start out with the 100 Thieves lineup with Luminosity Gaming. And what do you want to highlight first? Because this matchup, I think, has it all to get things kicked off.
Okay, first off, before I highlight what a David and Goliath match is about to be, I want to pinpoint something you said that I think that is so important. This is an opens esports infrastructure, right? Like, this is the chance that you have against these pros where you and your friends yourselves, if you feel like you could take on the best, you guys could get together and compete in the MRC if you're Plat 3 or above and aim for that $3 million prize pool yourself. So, that you talk about Alani, and that's what I'm thinking about here. But talking about the match at hand, looking at 100 Thieves specifically, I highlight this as the David versus Goliath match because in this situation, 100 Thieves, they are Goliath, and it's going to be very difficult to triumph against a squad like this.
Look at these guys. They look locked in and ready. And I've got to say, this is probably like my 20th time to cast this amazing team. Terra, in my opinion, one of the best duelist in the entire world in Marvel Rivals. TTK, you know him as the controller god himself, playing there at Vanguard. Vinny, the group goat. Harvey, you know him for Loki, but the guy can stretch anything. SJP, Crazy Luna, and Delina is a god on Hela, no pun intended. This whole team is stacked, and it's one of the rosters that have stayed tight together through the Invitational and through Marvel Rival Championship.
And then looking at Luminosity Gaming's roster right now, right? We're talking about a bunch of players that have been able to climb through ladder, top tier ladder players, experienced hero shooter players on top of that as well. And then just in general, seeing what they can bring to the table. I know March, I recognize him as being ranked #1, I believe, duelist player in ranked at one point here too. And then tell me anything else you can imagine here for a team right now that has a lot to prove for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I was told to look out for March and Bredy. These are the two DPS players, the highlight players to look out for. March going to be a great Hela, great Storm, and Bredy on a Human Torch. From what I've seen, we're going to have a lot of flyers today. Let's talk a little bit about Luminosity. They're the team that, again, they earned their spot here by placing 4th in the Open Qual Split 2. And while the expectations for this squad, for them, they're sky high. They open up with 100 Thieves, arguably top 2 team right now in America. That's anything but easy. In fact, a lot of people think that they might be the first out, but what a way to kick things off if they're able to just get some confidence heading into map 1.
Or use that as fuel too, ammunition to just soar above the rest. You're saying that we're going to have a lot of flyers. Well, hopefully the sky doesn't look too cloudy here for a lot of our teams, because I also feel like, you know, diving into what we've already seen from the action of the Marvel's Rivals Ignite other regions, I am expecting different sorts of compositions coming in from these different regions. You see different playstyles across the board internationally, and I feel like Americas is going to surprise us with quite some things that maybe we haven't seen before in the other regions.
And that's a great point. I think you see things on the ladder, you see things at top play, but people are going to be pulling out all the stops here today. And one of the best things about Marvel Rivals is that the meta is always shifting, and we are in quite an interesting one, but we're going to see if it's 1 for 1 for what we see out there in the ladder as we go into stage 1, group stage, 100 Thieves versus Luminosity. And guys, we have a brand new pick and ban system. If you're looking at this, having no idea what you're looking at, these teams are banning and picking for their team. And we right away have Emma Frost, best Vanguard in the game, banned for both teams right away, with Luminosity getting a secure on Magneto for themselves.
Interesting. I really like this advanced tournament ban system too, because you also are forcing diverse compositions. You're forcing these teams to be flexible.
Yeah, by far one of the most just engaging pieces of this is not mirror comps. You have completely different comps. What does it look like when a team has access to Luna and the other doesn't? 100 Thieves locking in Magneto, very important pick right now, very strong Vanguard. We're probably going to be seeing TTK on that, but I have seen Vinny as well play Magneto when Groot is not available. We have the ban going for Loki, which we do see often to shut down triple Vanguard, but Harvey, being a great Loki player, he's flexible. He doesn't have to have him, and it shows.
And it also shows that this team obviously doing their homework, right? We mentioned what a great player Harvey is on the Loki, though, having to be flexible. Luna and Storm also off the table.
Yeah, what we see a lot here in the 3 bans in a row you see for the bottom team of Luminosity is a lot of supports go here, and it kind of forces the comp for the top team to adjust. So we have Ultron, News Hero. You guys aren't going to see him in this matchup, and Luna gone as well. SJP being a lethal weapon with her Storm. There's no Jeff NATO. I could expect a lot of teams with not a lot of experience to try to rely on that crazy team up, but 100 Thieves, they're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, none of that Jeff NATO shenanigans out here. They are going to be saving the Cloak and Dagger here on the side of 100 Thieves, so that's something else to keep in mind. While the last save here for LG is going to be interesting. You mentioned the 2 support bands here, the Groot being the other band, and on the other side, you're going to be able to save the Ultron.
Yep, so no Ultron for 100 Thieves, but Luminosity's going to get access to that. Probably some Iron Man comp as well. I've been seeing Harvey switch over to Cloak and Dagger playing at an elite level, and why that works typically is with Magneto ban more often. You don't have to worry about that, no Hawkeye, but in this case, you do have both the strong counters for that ultimate. There we go, Harvey locking in right away, and I expect to see, there it is, the Iron Man and Ultron comp. No Ultron locked in quite yet, but that's probably what we'll see out here. As you see TTK, he's very familiar with the wizard himself, Doctor Strange, and Terra, the flexible DPS. He's going to be playing some Punisher.
Okay, this is going to be exciting. And you know what's also more exciting too? Seeing that we are going to get the Ultron perhaps here already for our first map on Krakoa. I feel like we didn't get to see too much Ultron actually in the other regions. I was noting that looking at a lot of the games that went down. So maybe seeing a little bit of a different look already off the rip within the Americas.
Yep, absolutely. To explain the maps real quick to everybody, the first map is always going to be Domination. And so Domination, random map, that's going to be the first bit. And then the losing team will get to pick the difference between Convoy and Convergence and the map as well. And then finally, the third team will have their choice if it does get to a match 3. So interesting enough, here we go. We kick things off at X-Men Island, Krakoa, to get things started.
Let's get it going, Cozy. I'm excited. My first time being able to support and cover Marvel Rivals here, and being able to see Legends, how they're going to be able to forge their own story off the rip is going to be important as we open things up with that Doctor Strange portal, just so that way they can close in the gap to face off against Luminosity on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. SJP playing that role of Loki, and Harvey and the Cloak love this new strategy we're seeing out of them. Delena being that hella goat that we typically see, and we're going to have 2 different hit scans going crazy as they do have access to Iron Man, but this is going to be a tough match for March to play a flyer with these 2 duelists.
Oh, so you have to work around this, though, here. Already, 100 Thieves trying to face this off, trying to play around the middle point here, too. Luminosity with March being over the skies on this Iron Man, still having to navigate away, but he can't get away in time. You've highlighted Delena before, and for reasons like this, you're going to have to be careful taking the skies against this Goddess of Death.
Yeah, I mean, he was just right out there in the open, and yes, they had a dedicated healer, but he was taking a lot of heat early. Vinny getting a nice trade there for Magneto, but Alfie doing the trading as well. This first point is the most important in Domination. Usually the first person to capture it is going to have so much advantage because you're going to have the ult charge, and it snowballs from there. TTK, though, taking out, but we have a trade. Alfie taking out Delena as well.
Off of a little bit of a splash there, too, with Ready already activating that ult. You have Yang Kisu as well, going to be able to look to see if you can use that Luna Snow ult just to help with the survivability. The Agamotto, but already right through the Luna ult. You have to worry about the Punisher. Magneto, perfect save off that shield to completely shut them down.
Right away, we've got the ultimate fireworks coming out. We have Terra taking down Iron Man, Vinny trading there, and beautiful use of ults early. We typically don't see it that fast into a game before even a point capture, but there it is, 100 Thieves. They do get the point here, and now they're going to be pushing back Luminosity into their spawn, but I got to say right away, Luminosity, great first fight. I was impressed for what I saw.
And didn't use everything too, right? Of course, we did see the fate of both worlds used up just so that way they could survive, but then the retaliation from 100 Thieves shutting them down. But at least coming in, Haluk will be able to have that Venom ult ready to go, as well as Spenny with the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, 100 Thieves did have to use a lot to secure that as well. And if we look, both support are down here on Ultimate. But Spinny, who is not a stranger to the spotlight, he did play on Red Esports in the Invitational. He's got that internal bond ready to go. And Venom obviously trying to get that poke early. And he's going to look maybe to put the pressure on here in the back line. Can he get to Harvey and SJP? They're so known for surviving and being unkillable.
See if they could just drop them down, but you know the problem here in this equation is Delena, who's also got that Goddess of Death ready to go just in case you need a quick reset. As Haluk gets around the vines just a little bit, trying to dive into the backline real quick, gets everybody into the Venom ult. The answer back from Delena, just so that way they could put in the pressure after Haluk tried to make a big play, but was shut down almost instantaneous here. At the same time, Luminosity did have that Cloak and Dagger ultimate that we had mentioned before here too, just to help with that sustainability. But still, they had lost out on Haluk at the very beginning.
The purple goo is everywhere. Everybody's got an internal bond out. Great opening from Haluk, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like they can capitalize as Delena is just throwing the thorns down. Now has extra with that patch. Hella just being insane in Terra. We're going to see a lot of this today. Look at Frank Castle going crazy with the big guns on that ultimate. Terra, you could do it all.
Terra and Delena are two scary players, the way that they just won back-to-back team fights like this, almost 0 to 100 situation. As we see the Hail Mary portal play now coming in from Luminosity, they at least do have 2 ults to work with if they make it on time.
Yeah. The Vanguard's going to have to go out first. They're going to have no extra protection, so this is going to be tough here, Brady. They're probably going to save on to these ultimates for the next round, but we'll see if they end up pop. Feels good. Yes, they do have themselves some space here. They're actually getting themselves, the SJP, at least for the moment, is going to have to use Eternal Bond, which is just a win in itself for Luminosity. 2 trades here, though, Vicky, and they're able to get something going momentum-wise until TTK and Delena are shutting down those dreams.
Oh, but SJP, his survivability right here, just to keep himself in the game after transforming right out of Cloak and Dagger, forcing them off, and that was still expending an ult from Brady, nonetheless, without them being able to turn over that first point.
Honestly, good patience there from 100 Thieves. They didn't use too many ults. They did have SJP fire away that Eternal Bond to ensure the safety, but TTK still loaded up, ready to go. We take a look here. Alfie doing a lot of the work there on Magneto, going crazy there for Team Luminosity, but Terra, you can't stop him. Delena, the 1-2 punch that we've seen for 100 Thieves. If you guys don't know, this is one of the best teams right now in perhaps the world that we're looking at, and it is showing.
Also, the flexibility between Terra and Delena. Delena being that immediate problem, but then you first have to get through TTK. You have to get through Terra, who's also covering Delena. It's a lot to deal with here, but Luminosity, they were really unable to find their footing at the beginning. We know how strong momentum is, though, in a game like Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, so we do have the Hela ultimate for March, but we're going to be able to get that in trade with Vinny and Magneto's ultimate, so we can look for that to be defensively used. But then the Agamotto could open up the perfect, just clear-cut capture of the point that we might see here from TTK as the gangs go underway here. No one TPing in, just taking up the good old middle path.
CTTK, Vinny, ult's ready to go. March as well. Alfie making some changes already. Having control here with Grow 2 is going to be so big, Cozy.
Yeah, Brady here showing a little bit of their flexibility as well. He does like to play Storm, Human Torch, but going over to this Star-Lord now, trying to get that pressure. Star-Lord is awesome for the neutral fights. Then there's TK with the Agamotto. He's only going for a few, but he does capture those few as both strategists, Spinny and Luna, going down, and Terra doing the rest on the left side. That's exactly what they wanted to implement.
Also, the isolation from TTK, we saw that Luminosity were kind of spread thin right there, and TTK finding the Eye of Agamotto before getting the follow-up, and then once again overtaking that point first.
Yeah, and they did not have to use much. Just that eye, with Vinny now having the Meteor Im ready for the defensive play as well. Yes, Spinny did get that ultimate online to give them a little bit more protection, but Harvey can match that quite easily. It's been fun to watch Harvey play Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, people typically think Cloak and Dagger is the easy hero, but we have one of the best supports in the world. Strategist playing that hero, and here comes Freddy with a little bit of side action and getting SJP with the early poke.
Oh no, knock knock. Punisher comes in here. Bit of both worlds, tries to push in with the Magneto ult immediately. Great save once again that we're seeing from 100 Thieves playing ring around the Rosie. Here comes a Cloak and Dagger ult from the other side, the Eternal Bond, just to keep them alive. Love the mobility that we're currently seeing from Terra. The way that they are dancing around Luminosity. They take out March, who is unable to utilize that ult right before going down first, and it's going to be another team fight win in favor for 100 Thieves.
Now, I feel for Alfie because sometimes you're able to completely counter Punisher and that ultimate with the Magneto ult. Sometimes the bubble, it bursts, and then you're left helpless and taking all the bullets right through the chest. Even though he can stop metal, it's not enough to stop Terra and Frank Castle, who we expect to see a lot today. I can almost guarantee you a ban will be coming for Punisher from Luminosity, as that is the clear difference right now.
The actual problem to look at too, the fact as well how strong Magneto is as a tank alone is just been so impressive. The save right there just to help enable 100 Thieves, and look how many ultimates they have online now.
Yeah, and March has not used theirs. They've got to start. Luminosity's got to use their ultimates here, as we have Brady kicking off with the legendary, but there is the defensive ult, and he is nice flip there, avoiding the meatball there from Vinny, as we're getting some more pressure as March takes down Vinny. This could be at least a flip of the point here for Luminosity. They're going to use all their ults to do it, but Terra, nope, making quick, swift justice with the bullet to Hela, and he wiped out the team with TTK.
I mean, Terra too, even though he goes down right there, the amount of headshots that we're seeing, the amount of coverage, the damage output for 100 Thieves as they shut down that first map.
My goodness. I mean, Cradle to Grove, those are just completely 100 Thieves, and that's the way you want to open the birth of esports. If you're 100 Thieves, you are known as the team on top, and what happens when you're one of the best teams? Well, everything is brought to you, and they rose up to the occasion. And we talked about Terra being one of the best duelists right up there with Sparker, and he's showcasing his flexibility, his damage, and map 1, Krakoa, goes to 100 Thieves.
In a dominating way, too. Taking a look at the stats real quick as well. The damage output, too. Terra popping off 18.6k here. And it really has to go towards the saving that we saw from the other side. Magneto being as strong as he is. But sometimes, man, that damage output, you have to think about more things here and try to enable some of these ults.
Look at just this perfect synergy. You've got the bubble on Terra, just making sure he does not get eliminated. You've got the internal bond keeping him up as well. And these are highlights, Vicky, but this is also just the Terra showcase. I mean, we're just watching non-stop eliminations here as we get 4 in a row there from Terra. That was one of the defining plays of this matchup. And I'm telling you, I think there's going to be a ban here. I don't think we're going to see Terra's Punisher next map.
Also, just highlighting the flexibility between Harvey and SJP, right? It's not just Harvey out here with that Loki, too, as you highlighted earlier on in that second round, but then being able to also force the attention from LG to be split thin, looking like chameleons, right? Looking in one direction, looking in the other, and then having to focus around 100 Thieves. I feel like it was LG and their utility of navigating through those ults, so that way it wouldn't be staggered as much as we had seen, even at the very end there for March.
Yeah, listen, TTK, top tier kid, I'm sure he is pumped that Doctor Strange is back in the meta after those lovely patch notes that came out in 2.5. You know, it was cool because Punisher, we did not see a lot of play before this season, at least in top level play. So to see what Frank Castle brings to Rivals and what having a shotgun, having the crazy ultimate speed truly brings to the table. I thought Magneto play was good, but honestly, what I noticed was not a lot of final hits, if any, from the duelists of Luminosity.
That's a very good point. And talking back towards Punisher, having that final judgment when you're also in a meta dealing with some flyers at the same time could really help clear up space. But in a case like that, from what we had seen, just clearing up a lot of pressure from the opposing team that had to force their way onto the point on that first round very last minute.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the pick bans right now is that there's so many good duelists, but not only that, 100 Thieves, what do they specialize in? And what do the top tiers specialize in? Flexibility. You stop my Punisher, I'm going to play Psylocke, I'm going to play Wolverine. They have so many options to play for, and they have these different comps that they've prepped for, they've scrimmed for. Now, listen, backs against the wall, Luminosity, you're down 0-1. It's double elimination, but you showed that in map 2 there, you can hold a fight. The ultimate management is the thing that I think needs the most correction as we head into the next map.
Definitely agree with you there. We talked about it a little bit in round 2 where we saw maybe ults being held for a little too long there. Maybe not being able to find that momentum that we had highlighted earlier too.
Yeah, and I got to say, as somebody who's watched a lot of 100 Thieves, in the MRI, they were the Empire and everyone else was the Rebellion. They just dominated that tournament. Then we get to the MRC and it was a different story. But guys, let's go ahead. Let's take a quick brief break here, and then we're going to hop in to what is going to be a crazy map 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time shine brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you.
Hello and welcome back. We have map 2 for 100 Thieves versus Luminosity. Map 1, Vicky, firmly belonging to 100 Thieves. Punisher, bullets for voice lines. He said a whole monologue. I mean, that was pretty much what we saw there.
He was truly the executioner that you had to worry about, right? Because you look immediately at the way that first map went down, and you wonder, you know, those bans, I don't know if it was even really helpful in terms of LG, NA, but how they were able to navigate around the Punisher, Terra is just so good.
Yeah, it really, I think that, that match was lost in the pick ban phase. Listen, it's a new pick ban, and there's a lot to kind of digest, and also trying to think about what they're going to do versus just having Terra being so flexible. We know Delina's going to go Hella, if not Hella, maybe Namor. But Terra can flex around that. I don't even know if Punisher will get banned. Maybe they will because it's recency and the memory of what just happened. But I saw enough in the Vanguards from Luminosity. I need to see those duelists that I was told to watch out for. I need to see what they've got in store here for map 2.
What do you think about the Venom attempt, actually? You know, you and I were kind of picking each other's brains about what we saw in that first map and what maybe we could see going forward. That Venom pick, not doing so bad, but just the composition maybe not working out, being as cohesive.
Yeah, you know, they started with that Iron Man comp and they had some Ultron going on, but when you have a Punisher and a Hela on the other side, Venom's not going to be able to do enough of that distraction because you have nothing to follow up. We saw Haluk actually get a nice little dive in, but there was no follow-up to it, and then it ultimately led to the snowball. That was 100 Thieves taking the point. Would like to see them a bit more confident in their choices here, and again, it starts at the pick and ban phase. If you're just now joining again, these picks and bans are for the teams, and again, Emma Frost is gone right away for both of them with the Magneto save happening once again for Luminosity.
I'm not surprised. There's never going to be a point, I believe, that you're ever going to be able to see Emma Frost and Magneto at the same time. So saving the Magneto, not surprised on the other side. Seeing Emma Frost go down, though, from both sides, you know, something else that I see within my own game sometimes.
Yeah, so far a repeated history here for the pick and bans. Now, Midtown was chosen by Luminosity, the losing team. And funny enough, 100 Thieves, they used to have kind of a hiccup on this map. They weren't great at it. And then they kind of overcame that in the MRC and the MRI. So maybe this was a nod back to those times. But Ultron being banned, they didn't want anybody over there. No SJP, no Harvey playing the newest villain coming to Rivals. And we've got that Magneto save there for 100 Thieves.
Okay, so now seeing the next set of bans here, something that you highlighted before diving into our first game, Cozy, was the triple possible support bans from the red team. If LG decide to stick through this, which they didn't do, I believe, in their ban system for the first map, this is going to allow, you know, the support backline to get a little bit more creative if you're looking at 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and we spoke about it earlier before the tournament, but I said, you know, we might see some of these other teams try to get Jeff Nato out there at the Storm because it is hard to stop, especially with no Iron Man. But this is where you can't get rid of the Punisher, right? Because they had this plan coming in. It was to shut down the core supports that they have. SJP was on that Loki, so no longer going to be available, but of course that's going to open up an Invisible Woman comp. You've seen a lot of these main healers being shut down for one team and forcing them into a bit more uncomfortable roles, but they had this nail. Cloak Dagger has been their plan of attack with Harvey.
Wow, wait, so now seeing here too, this means that LG was like, we are not risking any chance of 24 seconds of immortality with the Loki plus Luna Snow. So they knew what they were doing out here too. Looking on the other side though, this is going to allow 100 Thieves to do exactly what we were wondering here. We're maybe going to see the Invisible Woman here from Harvey, yes. Or the Cloak and Dagger perhaps here too.
Okay, so we see this Black Panther, and if this stays, I've seen a lot of Black Panther today. We saw Sparker play it. We saw Necros play it when they got their win over at the EMEA. Yes, maybe in the typical ladder, Black Panther's not the greatest this season, but in the right hand, quick dash, what do you do? He can go crazy, that King of Wakanda here. But Delina, I've seen them flex over to Iron Man and the Flyers. No more Hela right now. We've got Iron Man, Tony Stark coming.
And what do you think here, going on to Midtown, how that's going to work into their favor too? Because Midtown also personally one of my favorite maps here at Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun one, and I think it's great for Flyers. You have plenty of coverage and ways to get in and out. Also, have that cheeky ultimate as Iron Man. Now, Iron Man does sound like a trash truck flying. He's extremely loud in the air, but if you can be sneaky enough, you're able to get some huge wipes, and maybe that's what they're banking on here. As we have both teams, this is also, by the way, Vicky, the best loading map ever, going down that elevator, setting up the suspense for the offensive team.
Is great. It's not only that too, you get to hear a little bit of the little bot going in through the truck here too. Gonna see how this is gonna work out, and also maybe getting a little hint on what to expect already out of the gates as we get started within our second map.
Yeah, so here it is. We've got the Iron Man getting that nice poke damage with that AoE, the third blast, and that 5% anchor bonus that we see in season 2.5. Alfie trying to take that top angle here, the high ground, as Obi-Wan would say, as Alfie's trying to get the poke damage. They're going to work his way out, but I love their approach so far, trying to get a little bit of movement here on the cart. Most teams let them get about halfway before being aggressive.
Putting their attention, though, the way that LG is approaching, not only having some of their teammates on top of that point, but also trying to approach from the high ground here. Delena in a very tricky position too, so that way if Dylan needs to back away, you have that opportunity with already the first pick from Terra, and then the clap back from March being on the Hela.
Land and air. They've got Delina throwing in the explosions from the top, and Black Panther of Terra being a terror on the ground. And what a great way to utilize that burst damage and clean it up with the lack of damage that Black Panther does, but heavy and consistent elimination potential that we do see from Black Panther.
Also important to note with 100 Thieves, with SJP being on that rocket, that BRB beacon was already put down, bringing Delina right back into this fight. As we take a look at March finally trying to close in that gap, Haluk being able to take out SJP. One strategist already out. Delena trying to actually go around them, going in smoothing, but can't get away in time as Luminosity clear out that corner.
That starts with Haluk. Very good block of that Iron Man ultimate. Great job keeping the team alive and also showing aggression. That's exactly what you want to see from Luminosity after Krakoa and what happened there. Again, new map, new chance, and we've got both the shield tanks putting pressure on early with Strange and Magneto covering both the entrances, trying to get this point to the checkpoint here.
Oh, I have Agamotto here from Haluk here as well. Got the fate of both worlds just to keep the survivability and to right back on top of the fact that 100 Thieves have expended the Eternal Bond. Now going to be able to answer here from Luminosity. They have their own Eternal Bond. Let's see if TTK can find the mark. Answering back from the other side, though, it's going to be Alfie, who gets the pick necessary. Although you have that BRB still online, but Luminosity, it's all the way through. No breaks here for this team. Another team fight win.
A symphony of supers, and everyone just hit the chorus at the same time. I mean, I've got to give it out to Luminosity for not using everything that they had in the bank, and mostly what we did see from 100 Thieves, they used it all. We even had Black Panther go over to Punisher. Nope, he doesn't want that. Now he's going to Wolverine. Terror showing what he can do in terms of flexibility, but you got to be just clapping your hands if you're a Luminosity fan, because this is how you want to start out. Great offensive push here, and they still have 2 ultimates to boot.
Herbie would be proud here for LG, the way that they're able to control so much of the space already. Going around the corner, they got March, and that got us of Death ready to go, ready as well with that Ultron ult. Seeing we're making some changes already with Vinny and SJP now being on the Invisible Woman, and gonna see what they can do here with these changes.
I like the thing play here. We're not seeing a ton of the thing here in season 2.5, as March is going to go up with the huge rain from above, Goddess of Death. Not the best position, more of a zoning ult, if anything, but 100 Thieves is going to play it safe, let them at least get down to this ramp. A great positioning here for Luminosity, but they've used everything, and now 100 Thieves they have enough in the tank, and they don't even need it. Delena gets the pick on Haluk.
All that damage output as Delena's just running away with murder in the back here too. Now controlling the front end though is going to be Terra, and the Goddess of Death instead has been activated from the other side. You talk about the thing, you talk about cobbling time, and you talk about finally stopping the momentum from LG.
I mean, you know, he never really left the pro scene, but I love Wolverine being back in the conversation. You know, Iron Fist taking a little bit more of a back seat in 2.5 with those nerfs he received. And we've got the true tank eliminator in Wolverine. Logan going crazy, and Terra showing a good job at that. Now, both support ults are ready to go. We have the distance of the invisible boundary or the up closeness of Eternal Bond. I like that with Vinny pairing up with the Eternal Bond for just constant pressure on Alfie and Haluk.
And on the other side too, Spenny and Young Hisu very close to getting their own strategist ults too. Delena still being a problem that he is. Looking over to the side with the way that LG is holding that high ground.
You're always going to watch out for the Hella on the flank angle. This is where, you know, obviously the hero is just most deadly. We've seen Hella in every single meta. This is the flyer eliminator as well as just the sniper that can get the all-important pick on that strategist, as we do have the extermination coming from Ultron. Will it be enough to push them down this hill?
This triple support composition from LG has worked great, but 100 Thieves answering right back with the Eternal Bond. It's going to answer too from LG. Here comes a Magneto Meteor from both ends, literally having a ball from the other side, but it is TTK that gets that first elim onto Spenny too. That's going to be huge here to prevent the survivability, but luckily on the other side, 100 Thieves having SJP, having that invisible boundary is going to force LG back.
I mean, they are in sync today. These Magnetos are going up together with their purple meteors, and this time it was TTK getting the last laugh and getting that all-important pick on the strategist of Cloak and taking them down. Vinny doing a nice job, and I love the Thing versus the Thing play here. I mean, this is something you don't see too much in ladder, at least right now, and both them doing a great job. Haluk pulling the ace right now with 7,000 and ton of damage block.
Also, Delena kind of leading the way when it comes to damage output compared to March by about almost 3,000 damage in total. That just highlights the progress in terms of positioning too that we've been able to see from Delena. Over to the side, trying to take a more flanking angle. This time though, March playing a lot more front heavy. Trying to play off to the back end before Delena just comes in from the same angle that Delena has been almost this entire game within this second point. Goddess of Death, perfect timing, literally at 2 HP before ringing it from above and finding Spenny.
I was just about to call out that Delena is known for these flank angles and being, they let him go. They let him be sneaky, and that is how you play Hella at the highest level. And you first start out with that Hella pick, and he got it going on March, who again is one of their best players, taking him out of the fight immediately. Listen, 100 Thieves, they bent a little bit. They did not break. They did a great job adjusting to their team comp, as now we have the portal coming, and this is going to be the last hope here for the push of Luminosity.
That was a crazy free out to Terra, but it's too little too late. They can't make it on the point. And even though it's clobbering time somewhere else, maybe not the party that they were seeking, as the first round, they are halted all the way back, only taking that first checkpoint.
I mean, that was a glorious start, and then it fell a little bit flat. I will say, though, this map is tough to go the full distance, so even getting, you know, a little something going is at least some momentum, but this is it. They've got to hold. If they want to avoid the lower bracket, this is where Luminosity has to pull out all the stops, and they're not changing much here from the comp we just saw. And listen, if I'm 100 Thieves, I'm pretty comfortable with what we just played, because that put a full stop to Luminosity.
What I do find really interesting is how 100 Thieves have been working around these strategist bans in general. We talk a lot about SJP and Harvey, but the rocket at the very beginning of that defense allowed Delena come right back. We saw what a terror the Iron Man was from the very beginning, and then making the swap of once we had the Thing come into the equation over to the Invisiwoman. A lot of back and forth here, but very quick realization of what you needed to change on the side of 100 Thieves.
And I like that we're getting a little bit of a peek of some of the strategies that we might see from 100 Thieves, this Iron Man and Black Panther comp. Obviously, the Punisher is great for that constant source of damage there. But really, it comes down, and I like to say this a lot with 100 Thieves, but their Vanguard play and strategist, they've got Terra, but it is so hard to pick them off. Harvey and SJP are so in sync to stay alive and pump out the heals.
They keep it up here. starting things off already. They're taking a different angle too. Look at the way that LG is positioned up on the high ground, but you can't sleep on who's coming up from behind you on the flank. Hand in hand, Delena also approaching with TTK before backing away, but it's also making LG focus all their attention without looking to your back. Here comes Terra to do the rest.
Sarah just being, I mean, when has Wolverine been known to be sneaky? I mean, he just goes behind them like the animal that he is and gets a huge pick. And Delena, while getting the distraction turn, Haluk goes down as well, making it an easy way up the front main street for this payload.
Great first initial pick there too. Literally splitting the attention of LG after losing now March. A bit of a stagger here too. Losing out on Spenny. Just a matter of time as he just swipes around, boosting up that rage even more.
Ricky, I swear, it looks like one team's playing chess, the other one's playing Jenga. This is just such a great job of 100 Thieves knowing exactly where they need to go, what positions they need to be at. We have Brady here in the backline trying to make something happen here with Ultron, getting dangerously low there as Vinny, the tree god, takes him down. And there's the first point.
This is what I'm afraid of, though. When there's momentum like this for 100 Thieves, there's been so much staggering on the side of Luminosity. There just hasn't been an opportunity for the whole team to regroup after losing out on that first player.
Yeah, it honestly just dominance and clean and coordinated there. This is a tough map to reset as well and get out of there, especially for Brady. You're going to want to get out of there and as a third strategist, help out your team get back to this all-important hold. And this is the hold for the double elimination bracket. Luminosity will go down if they lose here, and Terra maybe going in this back end as Brady's throwing down the extermination, trying to get those supports picked. But no, everyone's hidden well, and that's the story of this map so far.
Yep, as everything is going to be able to reset right here, too. You're looking at 100 Thieves and what they have ready to go. TTK, obviously, with that Magneto ult Alfie 2. TTK taking a good amount of damage, though, but 100 Thieves have a plethora of ultimates to work off of with this.
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything but the kitchen sink here, and then Terra's about to include the kitchen sink as he hits up his ultimate. I mean, you're going to have to get something going, and March is going to try to get that started here with the Goddess of Death. We have double of them going up, but TTK able to at least do something here as he takes down Haluk. And this is looking rough here as this could be the swan song for Luminosity here in the top bracket.
At the same time, you've lost both of your Vanguards. March goes down right afterwards here. LG TTK making that statement right alongside Terra, who's been a terror for LG so far. Gets clobbered right in his face, just stunned him. Priorities just keep forcing LG to stagger.
I mean, listen, it's little things like TTK pulling out the bubble there for Cloak and Dagger, making them use the all-important cooldown. That was just perfection. You can't ask for anything else if you're 100 Thieves. And listen, Luminosity, you guys play fine, but you have to know you did just play 100 Thieves. So it's okay. You're in lower eliminations now, a lower bracket, and you can kind of regroup and get things ready. But if you're 100 Thieves, this is what you wanted to see.
Man, the way that we also just saw both Magnetos trying to counter the Cloak and Dagger, the Invisible Boundary at 1.2. Quick adaptation here for 100 Thieves. And we talked about how dominating we saw Luminosity Gaming on their attack. Well, look how quick it was here looking at 100 Thieves, the way that they were just able to forcibly stagger LG.
Yeah, I mean, look at just the perfection across the board here. And again, it really comes down to just the double duelist play that I'll lean more into here in a second. I mean, you got the respawn timers, but for them, it was like reflection timers, just trying to think of what they can do to oppose this team. And as soon as they made this swap, which I think they have a few of these comps where if one thing is not working, they'll go to the other. And perhaps this was 100 Thieves trying to figure something out and try to test some of their comps that they're going to be showing us later. But one of the best in NA get the win on our first match today for Marvel Rivals Ignite.
We saw everything come out of the books, though, for LG. They tried the triple support. They even tried the triple Vanguard, as we saw into the Wolverines. Something very interesting here, too. But regardless, it is 100 Thieves that show off why they are one of the favorites here in America.
Yeah, and it's the little things, like I said, of getting rid of those cooldown, the cooldowns of something as important as the bubble or lanterns or the Luna ult, trying to just keep the team alive. But you said it best too. There's some staggering there that I would like to see cleaned up. And you know, you could go back to the film room and check out what you've done. As I like to say, the last pick of the draft is Mr. Irrelevant in the NFL, and this is the same. Just because you're not the top team, it's irrelevant. You're here. You can make the dream happen, and we're going to see that a lot today in some of these heavier weighted David versus Goliath Goliath matchups, and our first one that we saw was right there.
Yeah, it's not going to be the only one, absolutely. We saw some of the highlights. That was a little rough to see. Alfie, unfortunately, missing out on that meteor, then swiping his Terra, literally forcing out some of these daggers. I also would love to highlight the coordination that we keep seeing from 100 Thieves. Not only does this team already have history playing with one another, they've been able to build up so much synergy, but you could see the way that they not only split a lot of the attention from LG, whether it be a lot of flanking opportunities, they find a little bit of resistance, will they have somebody else come in and split that attention from the other side of some of these hallways in these buildings, and it worked out beautifully there for 100 Thieves.
The teams that we've seen be able to put a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves are ones that can match the Hella, Energy, Cow, these great other Hellas that can match Delina, because if you don't, you have to worry about Terra, and then Delina's just going to pick off your team from the side. We saw that time and time again, and so you really have to have two elite duelists that can take care of the aim god and then also the king of flexibility, because if you think about it, Terra, one of the best duelists, you can eliminate Wolverine once, but you have to do it twice with that passive, and that seems OP. Game Shark cheat codes there for Terra, who just again displayed a great play overall.
And then, of course, we also saw the opportunity between like March and Delena. Good luck, because that was that 1v1 that I was not expecting, you know, LG to really come out on top, looking at the way that Delena was playing on that Legend. So it's going to be interesting to see how that really plays off. I mean, even the fact that having that Hella go into their flanks, as we usually see Hella, and then getting that extreme damage output, split some of that attention and also enabled 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and listen, this is the start of it. We got 6 months, Marvel Rivals Ignite. This was the very beginning for America, and this is what I wanted to see at least. You know, 100 Thieves, they had the smallest of hiccups after the MRC and trying to get things cleaned up a bit, and they sure have maybe a couple weaknesses, but they got rid of anything and everything, clear minds, and just had a good time out there, and it showed as they're going to be moving on, and we'll be watching them on Saturday and excited to see what that will bring. But all together, 2-0 Luminosity, you're going to find out who you'll be playing here pretty soon. A couple things to clean up, but not the worst performance.
And again, it's just double elimination too, right? So you have another opportunity here to iron out what you got to fix up so that you GG and go next and see what you have to do differently.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen before. We've seen teams from lower brackets go on to win it all. It happens plenty of times. It's not about how much win-loss. It's about just the final product there. So, yes, we start there. 100 Thieves, the top team. This is a lot of the elite play we're going to see. But I expect to see a bunch of different team comps. And that's what's beautiful about this pick and ban system is, unlike past Invitational and the Championship, the MRC, you kind of saw mirror comps and the same team comps, but here it's just something completely different. But one thing we're not going to see, Vicky, is Emma Frost. I don't think we're going to see any of her today. I mean, she's always bad.
Yeah. Honestly, it's very difficult. I don't blame the fact that we're seeing Emma Frost being banned a lot more consistently here too. It's usually one or the other, right? You either have Emma Frost or you have the Magneto that you don't get to see. But then in general too, you have to consider what Emma Frost does. Disrupting the piece is the best way that I could put it, at least in my own games. So whenever you have someone trying to grief you, you trying to pop an ult, you get commanded grab, and then you have to deal with the rest. It's difficult. But also combine that with, I mean, you look at 100 Thieves and you have an Emma Frost and a Gru. That's going to be incredibly difficult to navigate through too. So at the same time, LG just would rather deal with the Magneto than with the potential chance of seeing the Emma Frost and Groot together.
And what's great is Vinny has been known for his Groot, who obviously got nerfed a little bit heading from what we previously have seen him in. Still a fantastic character across the board. But what I like to see now is Vinny is flexing to that Magneto, and then we're having TTK, who is just great at Doctor Strange, playing his role. So if there's no Groot, you've got the 2 shield bros, and if there is, then you're able to have TTK flex Magneto or Doctor Strange. And top tier kid, again, plays on controller, was playing Strange before it was cool. I mean, the guy's been good in Electric at him for a long time.
It's incredible to see the different outputs that we also have going into Marvel Rivals. That's what Marvel Rivals is all about, right? Anybody being able to play here, and TTK displaying that being on controller is insane.
Yeah, and listen, we've got ourselves one of the best duelists that we just watched go crazy. And hey, let's have some fun. Let's bring him in on for an interview, and we're going to ask him some of the questions like Black Panther that I have not seen. I've watched a lot of Terra. Black Panther, not one of them. Let's welcome in Terra. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again.
Hello. I'm good. I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, I mean, my man, we just saw you. The last time I saw you was the Invitational. Now you're here in your room. You guys are all together as a team. And listen, we saw Punisher. We saw Black Panther. Tell me about First of all, tell me, Black Panther, I've not seen that from you, man. Is that just a fun pick? Is that something we're going to see more of potentially?
I can't say anything. It's leaking.
Oh.
You know, it's early into the meta. Nothing's set in stone.
Fair point.
That's interesting. So, I mean, off of that note, you know, we're not revealing too much. What are your thoughts so far on the state of Season 2.5 and looking at the other regions? Because I feel like we've also been seeing a lot of a different outlook from these different regions and how they've been approaching the meta too.
I think the approach for the meta, like this meta is good, but it has some flaws in it, obviously. But the thing about this meta, it's very flexible. You have a lot of things that can be played and all that. There's like things that have like counterplays and that really don't have counterplays, like Jeff NATO. That's something that is a little bit overtuned in my opinion, because there's not a lot of counterplays. There's only like really one or two, but it leaves a lot open to the meta. It's not just you just see two mirrors. It's either triple res or just triple tank or just group mirror. So the meta is really good now, except for some stuff that you can't control.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this new pick ban system? Obviously, it allows for much less mirror play, and I was even talking to Vicky. I thought we'd see some, you know, maybe Jeff NATOs from teams that are trying to punch up above their weight a bit. You guys got rid of that pretty quickly, but what do you think of this new pick ban system here?
I think the pick ban system is really good. The only problem I think a lot of people have is how the bans aren't together. So it's the protects aren't together. That's the main problem that a lot of people complain about.
Oh, okay. And I've got to ask also, hey, we saw you in that room. You guys were all together for the Invitational as your team got signed from Mutants to 100 Thieves. How is it now playing a part? How has that been, that transition? Have you guys gotten back together since then? Is it a lot different? Do you miss it?
I think so. It's just different lifestyle. Not a lot of us this are for a lot of first timers. Half our team is first time being on a big org or even flying out to events or anything like LA and all that stuff. So it's a lot of people liked it, but obviously you miss a lot of stuff at home. You have stuff that's going on that you can't control. So it's a good mixture, I would say. It's good having the life and then you go back sometimes to LA. So it's always good.
Yeah, awesome, man. Hey, listen, Vicky, I always love asking this. If you have something to say, we're at the start of Ignite here. What do you have to say to everybody watching right now about 100 Thieves, about you, Tara, who is known as just an elite duelist? I want to give you the floor.
I'm literally just a kid from Canada. I just play the video game. That's kind of it. That's literally it. But what I would say is, for 100 Thieves, we picked up our new coaches, Millennia and Remix, and Remix wants us to get this 3 mil, and we're coming for it. That's what Remix says. Mark his words.
I like that. That's great. I love being able to hear a lot of that banter going back and forth here too. Thank you so much for talking to us, Tara, and good luck.
Thank you.
I have a feeling we'll see you soon, buddy. I have a feeling that we will see you soon. It's always a good time talking to Tara. Just a kid from Canada, Vicky. You'll love to see it there. And hey, I like that he didn't want to spoil too much of the strats this early on.
Didn't want to reveal it, but also a bit of humble, maybe not too humble at the same time too, but allowing him to explain exactly why they do the things that they do. And I'm always welcoming that going forward, especially after taking a nice clean 2-0, moving on through the stage 1 Group A bracket.
And there we go, guys. I swear there's going to be a pick'em site for here because I want to see y'all's predictions. We have 100 Thieves, though, advancing on, and LG going to that lower bracket, and then they will play the winner of Shikigami versus No Job, Jobless Bums. That will be a fun match. A very favorable early bracket here for 100 Thieves as these two teams as that top seed of the tournament. And then Envy there versus Fly. Again, a lot of great teams that they'll have to have in that kind of quarter semifinals that we'll see a little bit later on. But these teams, they've played each other. They're used to each other. I actually like when they play non-org teams because it's something that they're not used to and they don't see often.
Well, because you don't really know what to expect, right? You're used to scrimming other very professional tier 1 teams, and then you try to implement that or solo queue into ranked yourself, and you completely see something very different in your own set of competitive matches, even if you're top 500 versus what you see in a competitive environment like this one right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in general, there's going to be matchups like we've seen where maybe there's one person expected to win, but I'm telling you guys, in these tournaments, why esports is so great is there's upsets all of the time. Don't go anywhere. We've got a great next match coming your way. We're going to take a quick break and we'll see you guys in just a second.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
Double kill! Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어진
Welcome back, guys. Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're just now coming away from 2-0. 100 Thieves versus Luminosity. We just heard from Tara, one of the top duelists within the game. How do you not get hyped after watching that intro to bring us into here in that Luna song we're all going to know by heart? Vicky, how you doing? You ready for our next matchup?
I'm already imagining that I'm going to hear that song in my dreams, all in a good way here too. And I am ready for that next matchup because we highlight, very strong teams out here in this group, seeing what to expect for our first day here within the Americas region. And these are two teams that have a lot of question marks around it, actually. And those are always the most exciting matchups to expect.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, some of these teams, because they did well in the Invitational, they secured their spot. But then, wait for it, those teams have now gone and those players to other teams. And so we've got a brand new Nightmare that has been formed together. A lot of the old Nightmare team has spread into other teams, some in coach positions, some in sub positions, like Kindred going to Shroud X. And so, again, we're getting this new team up against an up-and-coming team in the Citadel Gaming. And what I love about this right away is just Marvel is perfect if you know a lot about it, if you know a little, if you love hero shooters, if you're just a Marvel fan. Rivals has everything offered to you. And I gotta say, guys, Vicky, you love Rivals. I saw last night at like 1 a.m. that you were still playing, and I was like, it's at that peak.
Don't forget, 1 a.m. Pacific time for you. So I am on East Coast, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, you did see me. The game did expose me. I grind a lot. It's usually real gremlin hours for me because that's just kind of where I find my stride. I feel more focused when there's not a lot of noise happening as the day brings on. But we all have our own personal experience, and I feel like looking at even the way that the advanced legend ban system has already provided us with the few games that we've seen, first game for this region, few games already in the last few regions, it's really spiced things up. The counterpicking literally starts off the rip in the ban system. It does for our ranked games here too, but then it's the ability to save one hero specifically just so that way you make sure you could play into your strength that's important.
Absolutely, and I'm telling you, I know we all feel it on the ladder when the Black Panther's going crazy and your whole team is done. To watch Tara do that, I felt right at home on my ladder play. Guys, if you haven't already checked out the in-game store, we have skins coming back in the 616 Volt. Guys, if you're a Marvel nerd like myself, you know that the 616 is the main established universe in Marvel Comics, and this is where a lot of the iconic stories take place. Love the call and the name, but yes, holiday skins that we saw in early or late December. We've got the iconic Hawkeye that people have been wanting back, and I gotta say, this Captain America skin, I owned it, and I was one of the few that did. I was repping it all the time. It's a little less rare now because you guys can get your chance to nab these skins right now. Do you have any of those, Vicky?
I want to get the Venom one. I think I have the Rocker one, but I want that Venom one so bad. It is such a sick skin. Venom rocking, honestly, in my opinion, some of the best skins out here in the game.
Yeah, our team does amazing there, and I love that they can source comics. They can come up with brand new skins. We've seen a lot already here, going almost into 3 seasons of Rivals. As we head into this next match, we're going to take a look at the rosters of the newcomers and players. If you guys, Citadel Gaming was Boom Crew, but we're going to go and check out Nightmare first. And I love this. We got some drawn art with a little bit. I mean, man, we've got a sculpted Black Panther there. This is our Nightmare new team, Vicky.
I love how we have some of the players with their own art profile, and then the other half of the team, we have their respective hero that they may want to rely on out here too. So great way to introduce Nightmare, just to make a statement here too. And of course, looking at what we have, Hydra being a very familiar name to me, actually seeing him back here, of course, being on that duelist has always been a very frag heavy play within that duelist region right here too, to see how he's going to be able to play that role.
Yeah, for sure. And again, this is a team that not a lot of people know their players, so I'm excited to see what they bring to this Ignite tournament and make a name for themselves against Citadel Gaming. Now, Boom Crew was going head-to-head in the MRC against 100 Thieves. They showed off greatness, but now they have transformed into Citadel Gaming 10X. We've got some insanely good players here that you definitely know. We have Maze, Valentina Eve. I love the Ultron Rep there. A lot of solid players that you should or would know if you're up there in the top elos of the ladder, and I'm excited to see them come all together.
Yeah, I'm wondering here too, just how we're going to be able to see Citadel Gaming versus a team like Nightmare, who's basically had to rebuild from the ground up. Citadel Gaming having a good amount of synergy themselves here, but between these two different teams here, Cozy, and after what we just saw within our first series, What do you expect, you know, looking at the way that the legend bans have really gone on, trying to find some of these target bans? It's been interesting to see how some of these different players have so much flexibility onto other positions, whether it be, you know, the Doctor Strange into the Magneto here instead, and vice versa with the group.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Boom Crew can play a lot of different comps, and not knowing what Nightmare is going to bring, because this is a fresh team. I want to see Citadel, who I have in, if I were to have power rankings, way up there. I think they're actually my team to blow away expectations and really perform here at a high level. And so I want them to lock in what they play best. And from what I know of that, you've got a lot of traditional picks of the Emma Frost and the, you know, Captain America, potentially from Monster. He likes to play things a little bit off the beaten path, but from what we see early, we've got some interesting logs here. I don't think we're going to see Mace play Emma, but it would be a treat as we did not get that. But nope, there it is, gone already.
Oh, never gonna see the light of day, I feel like. We talked about that earlier on before, looking over those, saving the Magneto, looking on the side for Nightmare.
Yeah, and honestly, we're going to see a lot of this guys get used to watching Emma Frost go away immediately and then getting potentially protected here. You have to have Mag or Emma, and we're seeing it right there with that first save. Luna not available for Nightmare is going to make things difficult, especially if they don't get access to something like a cloak or like an invisible woman. We'll see what Citadel has in store for the rest of their bans as Loki getting taken away from Citadel.
No more mischief. Okay, so no Loki on the other side for Citadel here. Human Torch also is going to be able to get banned. Of course, the red team, by the way, that this is a big notice, does get that triple back-to-back ban, which is nice to highlight considering that you do have that one safe spot if you're looking at Citadel right after that one other ban for that third win in a row.
Yeah, when knowing their key heroes they like to play, Velocity, it was mainly Loki. They love Loki. Obviously, all these players are pros and professionals who can play a lot of different heroes, but that's obviously going to shut down what he does best here as Human Torch, again, going away there for Usher here. Now, Luna being protected is going to be a big advantage there for the Citadels, and we're going to see what they end up doing on the bottom as Storm is going to be taken out for Citadel from Nightmare.
Oh, okay. And then on Nightmare's side, they're going to be able to protect their Storm. Maybe a little look as to what to expect from the Americas region. I mean, we heard it from Terra before, you know, maybe some counterplay to that Jeff NATO. Not going to be able to be really hard countered here in the Americas. You already know, Cozy, how excited I was hearing that.
I know. I knew they were not going to ban Jeff either. I had a feeling you can't waste the ban on Jeff. You got to let them, if they're going to protect Storm, you know what their strategy is. Now, Iron Man is one of the best ways to shut down Jeff NATO because you've got an instant way to have any sort of protection, but that means you can't get sucked up yourself. But we don't see that right away locked in, and obviously no Storm yet. Okay, no, we do have a Storm locked in, but no Jeff. So we're just going to go with the pure raw DPS with the X-Men herself.
Okay, see the Cloak and Dagger. We see the Loki too on Nightmare's side, seeing how this is going to start. Going on to our very first map too on Burn and T'Challa.
Yeah, and guys, again, if you're just now coming here, Domination is always going to be the first map played, randomized map, and then the loser is going to be able to pick their map of Convoy or Convergence. Burn and T'Challa, great map. A lot of, honestly, this is probably my favorite Domination. A lot of solid ones. Krakoa was good out there too, but this always brings out some fun and quick engagement as both the bands rocking out, ready to jump into the first map.
Yeah, I honestly really like every single different map iteration of Burn and T'Challa. I really like Warrior Falls. I really like Stellar Spaceport, Imperial Institute of Science, man. Like, I just really like how you're able to work around, usually in the middle of the point, those different walls that are blocking you off. And this is actually that point that I had in mind too, right? Once that point is activated and you are able to secure it at first, having those 4 different walls in each different corner just allows so much creativity to play around it, as a Doctor Strange portal opening up right behind them.
Quick engagement. We see this often in the esports scene here, and right away you have Usher, the Hawkeye, the team up with Luna that you can even shoot through the portal. Hawkeye going up, Toronto taking care of business and getting that opening aggression towards Nightmare.
We just witnessed Nightmare getting jogged. Citadel Gaming with a statement win in this first initial team fight to start things off.
Yeah, that was planned, you would think, for like a month. They were ready to go right away. They brought the fight to Nightmare, and they're not letting up. Look at Fraud just holding down. He stalled Terror earlier. He's like, hey, watch what I can do with Frank Castle myself, as they're putting just non-stop aggression with the Doctor Strange leading the charge.
Castle himself now looking to look and peek over to the right side, keep providing them some of that extra pressure, like holding the split different positioning, while Citadel Gaming still holding down their feet here in the middle of this point. Hydron taking a good amount of damage and looking over to the other side. Up on high ground and uncontested is Usher.
Yeah, someone is going to have to contest this Hawkeye. He's getting non-stop hits, and if he gets that headshot connected, it's all but over for Hydron in the storm there, as Hydron is going to eliminate, just as I said it, the Hawkeye going down. Valentina getting the nice pick on Pancake as well, and this is going to open up the floor yet again, as Fraud is going to be the main name to see and wiping out Nightmare quite easily.
And not an expensive fight for Citadel as well. Valentina using that invisible boundary. We saw Fraud out here too, being able to use that final judgment. Now allow Citadel to still cycle through those 4 ults that they have available.
Yeah, I mean, great note there. The economy of ultimates has been perfect. They've got the Agamotto they can go into right away, and heck, you could really just use Hawkeye by himself to get the majority of the picks needed. We have the clouds ascending from above as Omega Hurricane rains down. Oh. It's going to be too little too late. Crowd's going crazy.
No way! With Velocity, though, having the ult ready from the Luna Snow. The survivability from Citadel is next level.
That is why you want to protect Luna, and the massive difference of these top meta heroes. Who's going to have who, as we have the Pancake Portal, as I like to call it, coming on point at the last second. Get your Vanguards through. You've got no ults to keep protected. Maybe use a Magneto, but probably save that for the next point. Try to contend as much as you can here as we get into this last fight.
Use it against that invisible boundary, maybe, is what I'm thinking, when you have Aurora still having to look out for these pesky strategists here from Citadel. Fraud's gonna open things up here with that final judgment. Here's that Magneto. Aurora answers back just like that. So Valentina didn't even have the opportunity to utilize that ult. Instead, it was Fraud that was shut down in the middle of that final judgment.
Yeah, I think Sleeper's already copied there, and so getting that Turtle Bond out was a bit of a waste. Huge, though. Huge purple ball there. Meteor in from Aurora, getting rid of both Hawkeye and the support. Love to see it. And honestly, though, Citadel, though, very comfy with 99. They can use what they've got in the tank, that invisible boundary, to open things up. And right away, they're bringing the fight to it yet again, as we've got the portal separating the teams as the fight commences.
Right, little blockade here too, actually. Just while they try to wrap around, Citadel still have that invisible boundary. Usher as well with that Hawkeye ult. Nightmare, Micah may have to start leaving things opened up for the rest of Nightmare here if they want to have an opportunity. I have Agamotto here. The answer back from the other side. Well, they still have to worry about the Hawkeye ult. Invisible boundary just to counter the Storm ultimate here too from the other side. I have Agamotto now just to freeze everybody, but the invisible boundary keeps the rest of Citadel up.
And it's the Michael Bay special. The ultimate's flying everywhere. You got colors all over your screen. Love to see it. Peak Marvel Rivals as Hawkeye showing the S-tier hero that he is. And the pop from Mace taking down Hydron. And that was to perfection there. And that's where you would have loved the Eternal Bond if you were asleep, saving that ultimate for the key timing there.
That was incredible. Valentina playing out of her mind. Aurora getting taken out. No chance for a flip here, but at least in that first round, Nightmare will be able to approach round number 2 on Imperial Institute of Science with some ults in their pockets.
Yeah, honestly, and this is what I expected to see. I'm telling you, I've seen this team perform, again, from Boom Crew earlier, Citadel, their new name, but they've got their team to perfection. As I talked to the coach, and they just kept telling me what they have in store. Now, looking at the stats here, you can see a lot of Fraud just going crazy on Frank as the Punisher. And Storm, great damage pick, but they're unable to get those key final hits that they're trying to land.
Look at those strategists like healing diff in general. Look at the way that we're seeing Citadel really enable their own backline here in comparison to Nightmare, who been struggling to try to find their way around that initial point here too, going into round number 2 now.
Yeah, and we've got this Jeff, get the bubbles, get a little bit of bonus speed to get things started here. But if I'm Citadel, play exactly what you just had. And honestly, the Hawkeye was left uncontested a good chunk of that, but they really just coordinated perfectly as a team and had the best ult economy that we've seen thus far. Great job here. Doesn't look like we're going to get any portals right away unless Citadel wants to get things started.
Slow and easy here. Nightmare approaching with 3 ults ready to go compared to Citadel, who burned a good amount just to secure. Final push here too. And with the poke pressure coming in from the other side as Nightmare try to play ring around the rosy around Citadel.
Yeah, here we go as they're trying to get that early poke. Again, this first cap is so important. Citadel has Fraud for his 1,000th ult. We've seen this game. Monster trying to get that security as well. And just like that, taking down Fraud. My apologies, as they get the trade they're looking for, even with the absorption from the Magneto ult. I love to see that here, getting the aggression and not bending or breaking against what was the first map. But Citadel has too much with that Hawkeye. My goodness, 2 arrows to the face will end it quickly. Make it 3.
He's unstoppable with the way that we're seeing this Hawkeye played out from Usher. And you know, we were talking about favorite skins, etc. I have to say, this Doctor Strange skin, the Multiverse of Madness, is absolutely one of my favorite skins that I've released for the game. It's always so nice to see.
The voice lines will give you nightmares, I tell you what. And whoever voice acted that killed it. Now, Fraud, again, as I said, they have the entire Ultimate Brigada ready to go into this next point, and they have the point as well. They're trying to use everything here, though. Vicky, can this be the wipe they're looking for? If they don't get it, this is going to be tough to come back from.
I mean, they got stopped because once again, in another situation, as we've seen before, Valentina does not get caught by the Eye of Agamotto attempt here from the other side. At least not yet, as the Storm tries to follow up. Hydra then comes in, wipes the floor, and now Nightmare finally are able to flip this point.
1, 2, 3 from Storm. My goodness, you don't even need the Jeff. Who needs the baby land shark when you've got the power of weather behind you? Now, you've got the Citadel here. They have, what, the velocity they can go in with. You're probably going to see the Punisher combined with the Fate of Both Worlds. That's what we've seen a lot in this pro play, and it's nearly unstoppable. But here comes the Agamotto from Pancake, but not enough, as there it is. There's the Luna Pop.
Yep, and Luna actually answering right back here, too. We get to see the final judgment. You see Loki using the God of Mischief before getting shut down, by the way. Fraud moving up, also finding Sleep in the middle of that here, as the Storm now pops their ult. Hydra, once again, getting the ult very quick, but then gets shut down almost immediately. Punisher ult from Punisher ult, while Usher here on the other side is just shooting away. Call him Legolas as he clears up this space with the Hawkeye.
Yeah, I gotta say, I would have commended Fraud for even being able to see through that Punisher ult. I mean, the amount of chaos that was happening from the Luna ult going on and the Gullers there, but then he had the Giant Magneto trying to get that counter defense, unable to connect, and that was the big difference of that pressure. Again, that's a combo to look out for. It was a lot of Namor and Luna in prior tournaments that we've seen, and now it's adjusted to this insane Punisher with increased magazine size and DPS. We're seeing it on display here.
Also, not to mention, not even ignoring the Chilling Assault team up that we have from Velocity and Usher from Citadel Gaming. Now we see the approach here from the Cloak and Dagger, using the Eternal Bond just so that way they can close in that gap. And this leads to Valentina popping the invisible boundary, the duking out from inside of the boundary themselves here too. As the Eye of Agamotto, you talk about some scary voice lines coming in. I mean, seeing that coming from the skies will absolutely give me nightmares.
Oh my gosh, they're just farming XP at this point. I mean, the amount, they must have gotten extra training at Kamar Dodge. The Doctor, I have seen so many Eye of Agamottos to perfection this time around, as this is going to be the last chance for Nightmare, but Citadel bringing the fight to them. This is what you love to see from a confident team.
Fraud got set up happily on that console just so that way they can keep shooting right through the portal. There was no chance to touch onto that point. What a great timed portal right there.
That's what I love to see, is the confidence. Like, you know, instead of hold it back, hold the line, now let's just take to the fight to them once again. We're starting to see portals just played so differently as the game continues to age. We saw one today in MEMA, a Boger doing a counter portal to perfection, and then right there just taking the fight to the team. As we check out the final stats and what made the big difference, Vicky, what are you seeing here?
Valentina with the 33k on that strategist, being on that Invisi-Woman. Also, the fact that both Velocity and Valentina have that 35 assists. Then looking on the other side, the damage output that we saw from Usher, we know that Hawkeye was an absolute problem to deal with. 14k damage here. Fraud, of course, being on that Punisher, also being able to deal a good amount of damage. But I feel like just the damage output and not allowing Sleep or Mika to actually find anything from their own backline just didn't allow the foundation to be set forward for Nightmare.
Yeah, there's definitely a Punisher difference there without question. And the supports were just having a tough time even staying alive. Sleep there with not a lot of healing to the name because look at, we're seeing it right here. Just non-stop bullets coming from Frank. I mean, this is what you love. At times it looks like somebody hit the everybody hit Q button, but also it's a beautiful orchestra of these ultimates that they managed to perfection. I think Citadel, that was my biggest takeaway, is how well they were able to stagger the ultimates to get the biggest benefit from each of them.
I definitely agree there too. Not only navigating around it so that way you don't expend so many of your ultimates, we actually saw that displayed in the first fight alone, but the timing on when they were executed to then counter a lot of the Eye of Agamotto's really came in clutch. At one point, we were talking about Valentina and navigating around an Eye of Agamotto themselves. It was actually Nightmare who had not unleashed that button yet. They were trying to force out that invisible boundary earlier on, just so the way maybe they could see from Hydra who activated that invisible boundary, kind of force it out with the Storm ult, just to see what Citadel Gaming had up their sleeve to negate over any possible Eye of Agamotto damage from Nightmare. But then Velocity was right there to just pull the trigger immediately when they needed it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Velocity known for the Loki, but really showing why Luna is who she is in this current meta right now. Listen, Magneto does his way. You know, he can bend metal, but he also bends the match to his will, which is why we see that first save go to Magneto almost every time from these teams. But we've highlighted this before, Vicky. I love to see people off their main meta hero, and then they play just above par there, and Velocity showing just great timing, and honestly, a lot of final hits and perfection with Luna.
I agree. You know, whether it be even trying to take that second point that we saw slower, whether they have to work their way around, a lot of poke pressure from the other side, and then navigate also through the map itself without having to force their way onto the point is something else to consider too, right? When you see a lot of these high-level players work around the map terrain and try to actually patiently work their way into the middle console, sometimes you don't just have to beat your opponent there, right? You want to get that first important pick before you're able to take control over that point first.
Yeah, and listen, one of the big things I've noticed is because they were a team before this Boom Crew, they've been together for a long time. This Nightmare team is fresh and new, and you can see it. You can visualize the coordination and just tell that there's that comfortability. And you've got to, if you're new, you've got to have fun and go out there and play loose, because right now the team with all the fun, because winning is fun, but also the aggression is Citadel, and it was shown right then, right there. I think everybody played up to par.
I feel like you brought up something really important too. You know, sometimes you just gotta let go of the nerves a little bit. It's easier said than done, but that sometimes holds you back to play to your potential, Cozy.
Absolutely. Well, guys, don't go anywhere. We've got another match coming for these two teams. Will they make it 1-1? Will it be another 2-0? We'll find out here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss.
Today, the age of Ultron begins. Termination. Challenge me, you animals. Emperor's perfection. You would have failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날배까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We've got map 2 for Citadel Gaming versus Nightmare, and map 1 is kind of repeating what we've seen. A little bit of a one-sided battle right now. Vicky, what do you think we should see from Nightmare to turn this ship around?
Maybe being able to utilize those strategist ults a little bit better. You know, comparing that to what we had already seen from Citadel, I feel like Valentina was on fire with those invisible barriers there too. Looking on the other side too, just looking at how Nightmare had to navigate staggering, which we keep seeing over and over again. I don't think they were expecting how aggressive Citadel was from the gates.
Yeah, and sometimes when you look at the whole picture, it's tough to kind of divide out what was the big difference. Obviously, Fraud did great as Punisher, but we were talking about it on the break there. The strategist play that we were seeing from Valentina was one of the biggest difference makers I thought we saw there. Velocity as well. Going into this, listen, Nightmare, you've got nothing to lose. This is your third roster iteration. They were Sentinels before, then their team has now kind of gone to a bunch of other teams. This is your new team. This is your chance. Show us what you got. And for Citadel, Vicky, these are the teams I get excited to watch. The ones that you don't know. They're not a household name, but man, they're showing it.
It could be a hidden demon, right? Coming out of left field. You really you never know what to expect. But it's also a great refresher to showcase the different levels of skill that we have and decision-making from a lot of our other different teams. As we get started going onto our second map, going over to Spider Islands too.
Yeah, I'd like to see Spider Islands. This is what Nightmare is comfortable with and what they are picking. Fraud kind of flashing a potential Black Panther. Would love to see that. Luna, though, getting that ban right away from Citadel. They're not going to see any of that. And we're seeing the same song, same dance of the Emma into Mag history just continuing to repeat itself as it often does. Loki being banned. Velocity not on their favorite hero. Yet again, may go to Luna.
No Emma Frost gonna be able to get any command grabbing done because there won't be any Emma Frost to work off of. The Torch also going to be getting banned here as we see, of course, back to the red team getting that back-to-back ban. Loki not going to be on the table too for Citadel as that was banned for Nightmare. Looking to see what that next saved hero is going to be for Citadel, and it looks like maybe hovering over that Storm.
Do they want to play? They got jealous. They want to play a little Storm for themselves here. Maybe we get another land and sea scenario like we saw from 100 Thieves. This time, though, Storm in the air, and we've got Black Panther again on the ground. Let's see what the bans end up being.
Seeing on the other side here, where both teams decide. Hela being off the table as well for Nightmare. Something else to consider. We did see Hydron attempt to start things off with that Storm sticking through it, but constantly even trying to force out Valentina's invisible boundary ult. There was still times where Hydron was getting shut down, and it looks like that final ban from Nightmare is going to be the Luna.
Yeah, and I want to see what Velocity's going to flex into because now Loki's gone, played a great Luna, that's gone as well. We saw the Invisible Woman, so perhaps we're going to have a flex into a rocket. You know, we don't know what we'll see there from Velocity, but we are going to have the save of Loki themselves here on Nightmare's side. And the last ban for Citadel is going to go to the tree. I am Groot shut down for Nightmare.
Now I'm interested because Sleep was on the Loki in that first map, and you and I were talking a little bit in the break and feeling like Sleep couldn't get too much done on this Loki, couldn't get much done with the God of Mischief as well. There was a copy onto the Cloak and Dagger to try to at least start the initiation for the team, but then your team was already falling before they even got through the choke. Now going into a different map though, it's going to bring forward a different sort of compositions now looking at Citadel, even trying to attempt running that triple support.
Dude, triple support, triple Vanguard. Look at this team up. They just played Punisher and Hawkeye, and they have those heroes available, and they're like, no, we don't need a duelist. Forget about that. We're going to go with the often forgotten roles and rivals at times. And we also got the Penny Parker, which we've been seeing a lot today as we head into her home map of Spider Island.
I love that too, because when you talk about certain team ups, the one thing that comes into mind after the changes of season 2.5 is that Rocket Penny team up. And this is a great map to be able to do that on.
Yeah, absolutely. This is honestly one of my favorite maps here because there's so much tension on this first bridge fight that you have. And oftentimes the pressure and triple Vanguard is something we see all the time from the defensive team to start things off. You have a little extra time to get back if needed. The Ultron raining and healing from the skies as Mace is playing that Doctor Strange. When he can't play Emma, he goes Strange. And we start this battle in map 2.
All right, putting on the pressure here on the other side. Feeling a lot of that healing, though, coming in from Citadel's side, too.
Yeah, this is going to get their ultimates charged up very fast. Sleepy building up theirs fast as well, and the pressure going early as that drone's going to protect the supports in the back line. Again, there is no duelist on this defense for Citadel, so there's a brick wall in the purest sense as Seaforth is trying to blow that down with Spring Castle.
Although you could say Ultron being that aggressive strategist here could put on some of that pressure from above. You do have to wonder with C4 being on this Punisher is going to force him back just a little bit. Here starts that engagement though coming in from Nightmare. This is what we're talking about that Sleepy needs. And now with the invisible boundary too, they have to look behind them. Eye of Agamotto's coming in, the dismiss as well. C4 cannot get away as he's one of the players stunned, and C4 and Micah are going to be taken out.
Yeah, unfortunate there. They wanted Hydron to go with that Eternal Bond to be able to get some eliminations on the Vanguards, but just like that, Valentina had that ult to keep everybody alive, combined with the Agamotto, and look at what they still have in the raw. They've got Extermination. They've got the setup for the thing. This is going to be very tough to break this initial wall.
First, you have to think about Micah, but then you have clobbering time coming in to find 3 on the stun. Micah was ready, though, already when you saw the Eternal Bond activated from the Cloak and Dagger, and here comes a Punisher with the final Judgment Magneto to try to answer back, but is protected just the same here, something that we saw already in that first map, as Hydron is the first knocked out here of this fight.
This is rough. They're not going to pick there. As Punisher, that is what you have to pull off. You have to change new strategies as we speak. We got the Wolverine switching off because right now it's just a show for Citadel Gaming, and they're showing the world right now what they can do without even a duelist, and the new Ultron showing his guns quite literally.
Valentina getting Invisible Woman ult, by the way, back to back in like 1 minute exactly. That was incredible. Getting that when you have so much damage output coming out of Nightmare 2, not very surprised. Hydron also making that swap over to the Storm. Clobbering time again. Sleep gonna be able to get that copy here just to create a path, but it didn't work out for them beforehand, as now Usher over to the sides is gonna be able to use that Extermination.
Yeah, great use of splitting both the healing and the damage, keeping his supports alive from what is going to be the aggressive Dagger and Cloak from Nightmare here. But now the aggression has flipped, and we've got the Agamotto ratings happening. Usher just doing a great job at not getting picked from Seaforth here as he uses his ultimate to try to get the much-needed picks. There's only 1 minute and 13, and they haven't moved a muscle.
Although Valentina had that invisible boundary and then was completely wiped by Aurora, there is that bit of start that Nightmare needed here.
Listen, something's better than nothing. I heard the Dissa, and it was a little too late there for Valentina, as you've stated. And listen, we still have a Omega Hurricane and the Meteor Imp to respond to a no ultimate Citadel team, so they could also get this first point. They have to play this to perfection, rise up, or it's the double elimination bracket. They go down to the lower bracket.
Here you go. Stormroll coming in on the other side of that portal. First player found is going to be Velocity. Here comes the Magneto Meteor just over to the side. And Nightmare, they still have Sleep alive. Then Usher comes in, finds Aurora. Big pick here on the side for Citadel, just so that way they can reset from this fight after losing out on one earlier on, coming out from Hydron's Tornado. Nightmare now backing away here, but still at the same time, Citadel are continuing on this pressure. Mace already back up to health.
That's why triple support's so deadly, because you get rid of the cloak there with the Mega Hurricane, and then bam, Usher's got himself the healing there from Experimentation. But there's the clobbering time from Monster, trying to make some more space and in this push. But Seaforth getting a huge pick. Both Scratches down, only the Ultron to stay alive, ulting yet again. And this could be it for Nightmare unless they're able to finish off the push, and they are looking good to do so.
Yeah, they did, and they actually shut down Mace before Nagamoto could have come out there too, with overtime taking away Nightmare inch forward.
Yeah, and again, you typically see that triple Vanguard at the beginning. Now we have Broad into Storm. We have Monster just trying to get back there as Cap. Love to see that with the invisible boundary popping up. They're going to bring the fight one more time. They've got an Agamotto to do it, but we also have Micah throwing out the Eternal Bond, trying to keep the team alive. But Fraud is taking out both of the huge picks. That is going to be Storm and Loki.
Off of that fresh swap to the Storm here too, it is about to have the ult. Immediately presses that button the moment you have it. And this is going to be the combo. The Eye of Agamotto, Fraud coming in with the Storm ult, and they wipe the point off from Nightmare.
Man, they took that personally. They let him have a little bit of give, and then Fraud. Hello, my name is Cozy, and I'm a Fraud fan now because he has showed me he has flexibility. He can play what you ask him to, and you said it best. He comes out the gate with Storm. Doesn't need anything other than the abilities of pure raw aim DPS. Fraud showing up big time there, and huge ultimate from Valentina to get that fight started with the boundary and the timing.
You know, you don't expect it until an invisible woman comes up and reveals herself while utilizing that invisible boundary. Great mini stall right there too, just to build up Fraud's ultimate. Despite making that swap up too, Fraud only had like 80% or so ultimate charge, and you know that Storm gets that ultimate so fast as well.
Yeah, and honestly, Nightmare had the right ideas. They had good strategies, but there's just an answer every single time, whether it was gonna be the Wolverine with the cloak to try to get some peel happening. No, they always had an answer with the ultimates, and that's where the three supports are really strategists are going to come in extremely helpful, especially there on defense. But we're going to see some Penny Parker play. I expect to see a good amount in Ignite.
Oh, looks like we're getting that hint already. All right, they have to always tease us just a little bit. Got our hopes up. Don't worry. Valentina made that swap up right back over to the Invisible Woman. But we'll see. So an opportunity here as we get to see a change up over to the other side. Looking like currently Nightmare's still sticking to what they had felt comfortable with Hydron being on the Doctor Strange instead.
It's quite the high ground there for Aurora. Trying to get a maybe push out there. Love to see it, and getting the 1-2-1 with the rings of Magneto. Mace going in. Pure aggression. Trying to swap off, get the quick picks there. And now it's going to be going on over to the Doctor Strange and back to what they have been running here. And immediately look at the aggression difference from Citadel.
It's way different look the way that they're going to be able to clear space rather with Usher being on this Punisher as well. Here comes the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond first, just to push them right back to the spawn room doors. But don't worry, they have answers of their own. They have 3 ultimates to work with once Mace comes back.
Yeah, I mean, they're just chilling in the spawn, getting that ultimate up and ready to go. Wait for Mace to come back and then charge all together. They've got Valentina, Fraud, and Usher ready to roll, and that's enough to get through this first bend. And in response, Sleep does have one. He's going to have to perfectly time this. And there it is right there for a little bit of Eternal Bond to counter what is the Executioner coming from Punisher.
And with the Storm ult coming in from the Omega Hurricane, the answer was the Eternal Bonds. Magneto Meteor coming in as well, and the rest of Nightmare for Citadel right back to the spawn with another team fight win.
There you go. Great play there, given a little bit of what they just got on this map. And again, we're seeing it from Nightmare. There's that triple Vanguard setup, but this time C4 is going to be that Storm a little bit earlier. They got to nail this Agamotto, but they're going to start with the opening from the clouds. The Omega Hurricane confront. Yes, he does. Oh, Micah. Maybe more.
It's the insurance policy from Fraud, negating the clobbering time. Put that away back in the spawn as they wipe Nightmare, and Citadel finally get this payload moving.
And showcasing the new combat chest skin for Storm. Probably my favorite that she's got there, as we've got a portal getting a little bit of peeking going on. Mace is doing a little bit of portal peeking, as I like to call it. Might close off the team here. Yes, he's going to put a wall up between it. Love this strategy and play that we're seeing for the top strangers.
If we're going to be able to get some more information, block out the doorway, can't go anywhere. You're going to force him to be wrapped up around, and also isolating Hydron, where his back was by that portal, can't go anywhere. Activates the Eternal Bond. Groot, the Entanglement Prison here too. Citadel are wiping the floor. Nightmare not even having a chance to show their face to contest this.
Oh, that was rough. Those that made it through the portal got a swift end, and then Groot doing the rest. There's the Invisible Woman pushed off from Valentina. Great job there, trying to get something working. We've got multiverse madness. My goodness, this is what you love to see, as we have Usher coming out of the color storm and into the light, and Citadel Gaming taking the game. What did I just watch, Vicky?
I think I saw the light a little bit right there. The whiplash from the amount of switching around. The Eye of Agamotto, we heard the Omega Hurricane. Everything was unleashed to stop that convoy to take that second map.
The screen was exploding, but this is what Ignite was made for, guys. The repeat of Infinity War from the MCU here live on stream. As we look at what we just saw, Citadel taking the victory and earning their win. Taking a look at the stats here. Again, 12 and 12 final hits there from Fraud. Usher, I think that's a perfect call out to what this team did. Both duelists. You know, we talk about Terra, we talk about Delina, but this is a great 1-2 that I expected big things, and they surpassed my expectations.
Yeah, I feel like Hydron was also just shut down significantly, which is what prompted that swap up over to the Doctor Strange to showcase that triple Vanguard setup here too. And congratulations to Citadel Gaming on a very dominating win. It seems to be, it's the 2-0 day here, Cozy. Citadel with another 2-0 to showcase what we have here in America.
Yeah, we've got, again, and this is kind of what we did expect. Yes, Nightmare being the bigger org, but with the fresh team, it's tough to pull that together quickly. Yes, you've got the lower bracket that you can make a difference in, and this, I love the team comps that we saw. This is when little Timmy is looking at the teams, and he's like, hey, I'm going to try this triple Vanguard, triple strategist in my comp games, and his team's like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
Wait, wait, hold on, cries a little bit. Okay, I'll trust in you. You always give trust first to see if they can pull it off here. Except in games like this, man, it is different on a different level, truly. And the way that Nightmare also had opened up their defense really strong, but the moment a little bit of momentum was given to Citadel, it was just nonstop.
Yeah, and I have not listened personally to Boom Crew and how they communicate to each other. Some teams are calm, cool, collected. Some are shouting all together at the same time. Whatever their case is, they've been doing it for so long that they have that coordination, and it was shown there between just the group set up for that final elimination that we saw of all 6 going down to the portal placement, and just the perfect ultimate counters. We talked about counters earlier in hero switches, but just timing the ultimates to make sure that there's zero punishing from Frank Castle and the power output that he can pump out.
That, and then the timing that we had from the strategist ults. I know we keep saying it, but even in that first map, it was highlighted the best, but then we actually got to see it play out here before we saw the chaos start at the very end. Take a look at this highlight. This is my favorite. Looking all the way around, giving himself some whiplash with that Doctor Strange shield before clearing out what was left here. The invisible boundary too earlier on before that last fight, and then the internal bond as well.
And listen, we see a lot of triple this, triple that. The triple support, though, with this team, it works. Usher going with the Ultron, who's traditionally used to be Adam. It's funny. We used to see these duelist players go to Adam Warlock whenever, let's say, Hello wasn't available. Ultron's that new flex, right? And then you have the 2 other strategists to back it up. And oftentimes, even if one went down, the other 2 had ults ready to go. You stagger those enough, it's super tough to take something like that down.
Yeah, you have the aggression too from the Ultron, where people are still trying to figure out a good playmaking style of Ultron. Having kind of like that hybrid feel between what you see from Mantis, not having a lot of that healing output, but the damage output too on top of that. And then if you're playing in a game where people are just not looking up for whatever reason, or there isn't a counter pick to deal with flyers in general, Ultron just gets away with murder.
Yeah, honestly, Ultron, it's funny how he's adjusted already to what has been a pretty crazy kickoff to season 2.5. And that's why we're seeing a lot of Ultron bans, because kind of like what we've seen in the past with Human Torch, one of the hard things about him is when there's all the chaos going on, he's able to just rain down, hell, and you can't stop him. Ultron doing the same, but for healing. We have Velocity here from the winning team of Citadel, and I'm excited to welcome them in. Let's go ahead and chat and talk to this up-and-coming team.
Hello, hello.
Hey, what's going on, Velocity?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm a lot better after what I just saw. I talked to y'all's coach yesterday, and they were like, this is Boom Crew times 10. This is the team to watch. Can't wait to show what we've got. And you guys just showed it, man. What do you have to say to everybody on on this big Ignite stage?
Yeah, it was a good showing. I had a few nerves going. I could have played better. But yeah, team played well. Vibes were high. Looking excited for the next games coming up here.
Well, I mean, you and Valentina were popping off. When I saw the first fight already from the very beginning, I felt like you guys had a really good awareness of what already not only was going on, but the way that you guys managed through your ultimates too, Valentina, very end too, being able to secure a lot of team fights with that invisible boundary. Looking at the opposition, looking at Nightmare, etc., there's a lot of heavy hitters here in this group. What is your idea looking at those teams that are incredibly stacked? You said you had a little bit of nerves already going into today's match. How are you feeling looking at the likes of even like 100 Thieves, Sentinels, etc.?
Well, I actually like our odds against some of the top teams. I think we're a bit of a dark horse. If we show up, we can pretty much beat whoever, I think, on a good day. But yeah, no, I think against the top teams we are going to do pretty well. We scrim the top teams all the time, so we know what they're going to play for the most part. But yeah, it's just going to be who's better on the day, I think.
Yeah, I was excited to watch what you guys had to bring. And listen, I know you play a lot of Loki, and then you swapped. You were playing Luna at a crazy level too. Then they took both of them away. I mean, talk about hero flexibility with your squad. Are you guys all very comfortable on multiple heroes just in case they do target one of you guys who specialize maybe in something?
That's a good question, actually. I think we have struggled with flexibility, but I think that's something we are ironing out. I won't say any names, but we might have a 2-trick on the team. No, I'm just kidding. But I was kind of like only comfortable on Luna Loki, and then this season I definitely had to adapt. And I picked up Cloak in like a few hours because the character's brain dead easy. But yeah, that's pretty much that.
And what?
Awesome, man.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say, how about you highlight just a little bit about how you felt so far with the way that you've had to adapt being that support player to actually be flexible? Because I feel like that's really important for a lot of players at home who kind of one trick and don't know why they're stuck at a certain level.
Yeah, no. I think if you're one trick, you don't really deserve to rank up, in my personal opinion. I think you need to be flexible in a hero shooter like this. And yeah, I mean, if you get banned out, there are bans in this game. If you get banned out and you're one trick, it's GG's. So I think it's really important to be flexible, and it's also not very hard to be able to, be flexible within your roles. On DPS, if you're a hit scan, you got Hela, you got Psylocke. There's many more. There's Punisher. On support, if you have good aim, you got Invis, Luna, Mantis. Loki is probably the only support that you need to put hours into to be very good at and comfortable at, but everyone else is very transferable in terms of the skills.
Absolutely, buddy. Well, man, as Palpatine said to Anakin, we're going to watch your career with great interest. We're excited to see what you guys have up and coming. And, man, if we get more triple Vanguard, triple support, bringing Ultron into things, we're excited to watch you. Thank you so much for coming, and hopefully we get to see you again here pretty soon.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely, man. Give what's up to Fraud and the boys. They did a great job on Jobless there. Vicky, this is my favorite part, is the player interviews, is watching these guys who, they haven't been on camera a lot, or they are, coming in the big stage for the first time and just seeing raw reactions. And what I saw from that, a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Velocity, he's a natural, honestly. Sometimes, you come off of a win, you're shaking with adrenaline. I know whenever I play my match and it's super close, I'm always shaking. So to be able to be cool and collected, you talk about your nerves at the very beginning of the match, how they kind of dissipate later on. It's about playing with confidence, and that is definitely something that Citadel Gaming brought out today.
Yeah, and you know what I love? He talked about flexibility. We've seen this as Marvel Rivals is aging. We've seen people like Aramori, who was a lot of Mantis, but then she opened up her hero pool and got way better, and it's so much harder to tackle that. And Velocity, I love what he just said. You know, he was able to say, I was kind of one or two heroes, but now he's able to really come out of his comfort zone, and that's what makes good teams great, Vicky.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the bracket and how that's shaped up too after we've already seen 2 matches alone, Cozy. I feel like if you blink, you may miss it. I feel it's just been speeding by right now with the way that things have really played out now.
Ignite Day 1 speed round for Group B as what we're looking at for the stage 1, and you know, heading up, we have some great matches left, and again, we're gonna have the Sentinels play what I expect to be a David versus Goliath matchup, and the winner of that taking on who we just saw in Citadel. It's bound to be an absolute electric match. What are you most excited to see? What team are you most excited to see, Vicky?
I really want to see the Dark Zero versus Team Nemesis setup. I think that's going to be a very good showcase from both teams that I honestly believe are both really strong squads. So I can't wait to see how that shapes up too. But in general, seeing already the top 4 teams between both of these groups face off today alone has already put us through that halfway mark. We've seen Group A now, we've seen a bit of Group B, now going back over to Group A, and how that's going to format our bracket. Again, it is double elimination. There is still one more chance for the teams that find themselves in that lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And this next matchup with Shikigami versus Jobless Bums, this is 2 teams that are both on the newer side and by a good amount. And so, you know, we've had so far 100 Thieves versus LG. Then we had Nightmare, who is newer, versus Citadel, who's been together a lot. So this will be a very cool test of both these teams, both trying to get onto the big stage. And I agree with you. I think Envy is right there with 100 Thieves. They're who I want to see. How do they perform on this stage? Don't go anywhere. Cancel the pizza or get it if you want to watch and eat. But we've got a lot of action coming your way. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a second.
worshipping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we.
What's going on, guys? Good evening, maybe good night. Either way, we're on to match 3. And so far, 2-0, 2-0. But this, I think, is the match where we're going to see some real competitiveness between these two teams that are razor close in margins. We have Shikigami versus Jobless Bums. No jobs. What do you expect to see out there, Vicky?
I'm expecting Jobless Bums to play like they're looking for a job out here, because that's what the goal is at the end of the day. They're playing to put their names on board. Literally, the Questa Central underdogs that I don't know what to expect. They're playing so that way they can get hired by these orgs and to bring out maybe a different style.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to Shikigami, I love talking to the players, to the coaches, to the orgs behind the scenes, and they said some greatness. They said individually, this team is ready, they're confident, but this is the first time on a stage with a brand new team here, with their old team, I believe, going to Nemesis, of playing as a team confident. That's a whole different story. You could be confident, right? We've even seen this in ladder. You could be confident all you want. This is a team game, and coming together as one unit is what they want to see here against Jobless Bums.
And we see how that shapes up already, since we've already had 2 2-0 games back to back. I'm looking for something to shake things up here, Cozy. I want to see something a lot closer versus just having one map where it's a back and forth with some of these rounds.
Yeah, and honestly, I think we are going to see that. You know, sometimes with the less like together teams that are really tight knit, you get a bit more loose play in the best way possible. And even we can see that in the pick and bans phase. But we take a look at Shikigami's brand new roster coming together, recently announced. We have Pride, Biblical, Lawrence, Wicca, who I believe was on Shikigami on another hero shooter game a few years back. And then we have Kinetic Flower and Midoriya. What do you think of this squad here? And what do you think is going to be some of the difference that we hope to see?
Well, I feel like in general, off the rip, you know, looking into the different legend bands that we've already seen so far, no Emma Frost, no Magneto, vice versa. I'm wondering here with these player standholds, like if this is what these individual players like as like their favorite hero, or if it's going to be something a little different in general, because of course we did already get to see the Hawkeye previously with the Luna Snow, maybe seeing a triple support come out.
Yeah, I love Jeff, man. Jeff just makes me smile. Look at that. I mean, how do you even eliminate this guy? He looks just too happy to yeah, exactly. But yeah, you know, I think with this lineup here, you know, if we see Thor, I'm going to be all over it. They've got the brand new kind of awakened god Thor that we've been seeing out there. Not too much in the top of the competitive play. We saw a little bit of Venom earlier, but for the most part, I've got to say right off the bat, we have seen pretty diverse team lineups. A little bit of Hawkeye, Luna. Obviously, we saw some Black Panther earlier with Iron Man. Less, you know, I expected to see a lot of fly comps with Storm, Iron Man, and Torch. About what I expected there. Anything or any heroes that we haven't seen that you're just begging to watch?
Ooh, man. I feel like we haven't seen the Jeff at all. I mean, we've been getting hints of America's loving that Sharknado, but I think that what it is that when you get to this level of play, it's too punishing. Like, it's very easy to isolate a lot of these different individual heroes that you feel like could work, but then they're just not able to really pick off against certain teams. I do also feel like the advanced tournament ban system specifically makes it where we're forced to have a much more diverse set from these different teams, which is also hard in its own regard. Even in our previous interview, you know, when we were able to really figure things out here with Velocity said I was forced to really pick up the pace and learn different strategists.
Yeah, absolutely here, as they are echoing the same results of the last teams. Again, this is a new pick and ban system. You may not see this in competitive play. They are picking and banning for and against their own team. It doesn't apply to both, which really drastically changes things up dramatically. Jobless Bums getting rid of Storm right off the rip, though, there for Shikigami.
All right. Already highlighting that as, of course, our first map on domination, as it's always been so far. It's going to be on Krakoa this time around. Going to be able to save the Magneto in favor for Jobless Bums, while the Luna Snow is off the table for Jobless Bums, since that is the ban that Shikigami has leaned into.
Yeah, that first spot should just be called the Yima spot, and the third one, the Magneto, because that is what we're seeing nonstop. And there's the Ultron being banned away for Shikigami. They're not going to have access to it, and Punisher being saved from Jobless. Again, we've seen more Frank Castle, more Punisher in just these couple of games than we did for like 2 seasons, Vicky, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Of course, making sure that those changes, buffs are really coming out to play here in pro play, and we're actually going to get the same saves from both sides. Going to be able to save the Magneto and saving both the Punisher.
Yeah, I would say way less Hella than I thought too. Obviously, we had Delina play a little bit of Hella. We had some there at the beginning, but we're seeing that Punisher take some of that hit stand roll away, which you're obviously going to want against these deadly flyers. But yeah, Doctor Strange being taken away. Obviously, these teams did their homework as they're locking in. Are we going to get 5 Spider-Mans? Probably not even 1, as they lock in what they've got in British Tree right away on the name, on the button, playing group.
All right, I like that here too, because the first initial thing that we also saw was that there is no Wolverine for Shikigami. That is going to be the band that we had seen previous, I believe, here too. So looking on the other side on what they could bring out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm liking what we're seeing here. By the way, as I mentioned, Hella, of course, that's going to be what is locked in there. You got the double hit scans. Not going to see any flyers, but you are able to just get so much damage and pressure from the off angle. Now, listen, a season ago, the team with the group had so much momentum. Yes, we've had some back-to-back changes to the Ironwood wall, but still such a dynamic Vanguard separating not just the damage, Vicky, but the heals from the strategist to their team. It is one of the big brain ways to play the tree.
Yeah, I agree here too. And controlling a lot of space or playing monkey in the middle essentially is going to be important depending on which first map we're going to start off here on Krakoa. Now looking back and forth, obviously seeing that Jobless Bums were leaning into that storm here too, seeing if they're going to be able to stick with it instead. No, all right, we're going to see a different look here. And Ready starting off with that group, with that Magneto. We've been seeing Magneto so often. I'm not surprised, of course. What a strong Vanguard he's been within your own respective games here. And of course, in top level play, nothing's really changed in that regard. And Shikigami with the double shield boys instead with the Doctor Strange and the Magneto.
Oh my gosh, taking the fight to them right away. Shikigami not afraid of the big lights as we open up the Hellfire Gala with some elite action, but Valk not stunned by it, immediately taking down Doctor Strange and opening up with huge momentum to try to get this point as it unlocks.
Madara was the first one to be the victim there of the first initial engagement. Jobless Bomb showcasing why they could be the ones to rock Wolverine against Shikigami.
That was quite the portal from Madarite. I don't even know if the full team commitment was there. I mean, at least one was, but the Strange going down early. Good job resetting, not staggering like we've seen so far. Early turret play, early and often, and getting that point right away with that much ease is going to be so tough for Shikigami to really turn around.
My attention here. How quick to get some of these ults on board. Ultins. Here, being on that Punisher is going to be able to start doing some extra poke pressure. Madara again taking a lot of damage. Tries to get away, and it's Pride that is sought out first. Meanwhile, over to the side. See Biblical trying to get something popping off, but then it's Olsen's that once again uncontested is just still going to be able to put in a lot of his damage.
Olsen's, that's going to be the battle to look for, is Biblical versus Olsen's. Biblical now switching from Hella to Human Torch is going to have to take down this Punisher, or he's going to have free reign of the intense DPS that he pumps out. And we've seen that so far. 2 ultimates to allow them to go in, but this is about to be the battle that we just saw. Lots of colors everywhere. Both teams are locked and loaded for this big fight.
Oh, it's Jobless Bums that have a lot more to cycle through here first, too, as Shikigami try to be the opener with the final judgment. Keeping everyone alive, though, is going to be the eternal bond from the Cloak and Dagger from Jobless Buns. Unfortunately, though, they did lose out on Benji as well here first. So the unfortunate fact that they don't have that meteor there just to try to negate any sort of approach from Shikigami allows them to move up. Now Jobless Bums here trying to keep themselves alive. Forky Dog also has that God of Mischief. Shikigami finding these double picks, though, is going to give him the advantage as Jobless Bums now trying to ring around the Rosie off to the other side of that middle console.
Yeah, honestly, great ult timing there for Wicca, able to get that ultimate up to protect themselves from the entangling person from Groot. I like the ult there from British Tree, but unfortunately was not able to connect on that. And hey, they're able to turn the tide here. They do have some ultimates, Agamotto left, as well as Supernova. So they have plenty to put up a performance, and really on the side of Jobless Buns, you don't have any support ults to your name as of at least a good minute.
Gonna be a bit here, although with Biblical being on this Human Torch, having that supernova ready to go. Madara right there too with the Eye of Agamotto. Try to flip this so that way they can at least get a little bit more contention here on the point. But here's the Eye of Agamotto. It catches 4 here. Magneto ult now activated. Gets shuts down here too as the supernova is activated. Here comes the God of Mischief. Forky Dog finally going to be able to try to utilize that here. And then gets shut down as the Punisher Final Judgment starts to open things up. And the rest of Jobless Bumps, they flip that almost immediately.
Yeah, and they not only did they just get the win there, but they were able to really squeeze out some ultimates that they probably were hoping to save there for the second round. But honestly, when it's that close and you already have the point, you're maybe looking for that momentum as the Punisher there using that. But I gotta say, right now, the player I'm looking at, Valk, doing a great job just getting tons of damage, but Forky going off as Loki is what I like to see there, at least in the heal department.
Look at that, 13.7k. Bit of a strategist, so diff right here, looking on both sides here, despite Wicca still being able to not only have ace, but keeping the rest of the team alive. Little bit of a swap up, though, it looks like, just to get a little bit of shield going right before you exit out of the spawn room doors.
Yeah, absolutely. And going in here, we're going to have me with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate to open things up and probably look to combine that, though, with the Punisher ult. It's either that or Luna or one or the other. We've seen a lot of that deadly duo today. But great job for both teams. They just gave the point way too early. I don't think we're going to get that aggressive portal this time around as we kick off into this map of Krakoa.
That was the best, too, to open things up just that way. And it looks like right now, Madara is already getting set up here before getting the jump on the rest of Jobless.
With the turret, this is like stuff I love to see back in even like gold stuff. Yeah, the turret play from the Punisher into the TP. You'll love to see if they planned it. They played it as Lawrence putting on lots of pressure here. And again, though, they just can't afford to get that early pick. Let's see if they can change the storyline. Shikigami trying to get that advantage, but lots of bullets coming out from Ultins, who has been the better Punisher thus far.
Oh, it's hard to get an aggressive portal play, though, when you have Britishry setting up all these walls, setting up the entanglement prison, and 1-2 as they go down, and the falls from Ultins. It is a team wipe in favor for Jobless Bums.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to like emote or what, like at the end of those eliminations. I mean, that is what I'm talking about with Groot and the potential of what he can carry on the Vanguard side, but also immense damage, displacement, all of it. Shikigami has to win this fight with what they have in Ultimates. They have both other strategists ready to lock and load, and they also have the Meteor in to counter if needed.
Hello, I'm looking at me right now having that Eternal Bond. That's going to be the big playmaker here. Same thing could be said about Forky Dog having that God of Mischief. Shikigami looking for an opportunity right around these Groot walls, which have been a problem. But that first pick is going to be big here for Shikigami.
Yeah, that's big there as we have the combos going. This is going to be an important Magneto ult, and unfortunately, Pride unable to get the connection needed. That was going to be everything there to shut down the full squad. Ultin's trading with Lawrence. Agamotto coming out, but able to not get a huge connection. But Supernova going to wrap up the deal as Biblical is trying to get enough pressure and push the team away from the point.
And Ben here out here with the Magneto shields, though, have been on point on top of Ultins, trying to enable the damage output instead. He does find himself falling here. Here comes Britishry with his own respective ult, and losing out on 2 from Shikigami. Make it 3 now. It's going to force another reset from this team.
It's so funny. It's like the Hellos that we saw in the last tournaments are the Punishers now. Just really able to shut down and get that early pick. And honestly, I saw Lawrence got the pick on Valk. I thought that was going to be a different story, but unable to connect that Meteor in. Pride, unfortunately, they just have too many ultimates to deal with at that time as we get our last push for map 1.
Also great, the fact that Valk being on that storm, you have that Goddess boost, you have that mobility push there too, so you can get right back into the action just as quick. Valk does have that Omega Hurricane ready to go. Same thing here, we say, for Shikigami having that final judgment. It's just trying to shut things down. If you even have the chance, even with the Magneto shield over you though, here comes the damage output. Britishry follows up, so does Forky Dog. That's 2 out for Shikigami, and Wicca has no invisible barrier to keep the team alive.
Time ticking away, every button pressed, every cooldown spent. This has been absolute chaos as we wrap up the first map, going to No Job, Jobless Bums. And I gotta say, great performance for a team that is lesser known as an understatement. These guys are here on the big stage. And for Shikigami, Vicky, I think it wrapped it up perfectly to what they said. Great individually, they have to come together as a team, and I need to see more of that team coordination play.
I don't know, after that, I feel like Jobless Bumps maybe not be jobless for as long as they think out here, too. I love how they also have, like, the no job clan tag right underneath here. But looking at the stats in total, it was a very big different playmaker with those ultimate usages, specifically in favor for Jobless Bumps, which I think was a highlight here for this team.
Yeah, and the damage was there for Shikigami, but obviously the big difference is the final hits and just connecting when needed. Also, just want to shout out British Tree and what he was able to do. 30,000 damage block, 10k on the damage with 6 final hits. That's why Groot is one of the most lethal heroes in this game. As we take a look at some of the best plays here, and Ultons was at the helm of it.
One of the most banned heroes out here. You see something similar here when it comes to Emma Frost and even Storm. And looking at some of these highlights too, look at those Groot walls working around the point. British Tree still sticking onto that Groot. And then Shikigami, they had a little bit of life here before Jobless Bumps were able to coordinate to overtake that first point before seeing the action here from the prison entanglement from British Tree and then Olsen's to be able to take out the rest.
Yeah, it was, from what I can tell, the Vanguard difference on this particular map and just the comfortability here. You've got nothing to lose if you are Shikigami, this brand new team. I know high expectations from what they've been able to pull off as an organization thus far in Marvel Rivals, but this team, there's going to be growing pains, but this team can lock in, get together as we do head into our second map. British Tree, though, it was my biggest highlight, as well as Valk. We're seeing more Storm play than I expected. I thought actually Storm was going to be a bit more banned in Ignite.
You know, it's just funny because, you know, having a British Tree come up and play Groot, it's just very in tune with the brand. I'm loving it here from Jobless Bumps and then making some of the biggest playmaking abilities there for that first map.
Yeah, not trying to hide who they're picking at all. That's what you love to see. Seen a lot from Vinny and saw a lot of Groot in the past, but listen, Hero's still great, still a lot you could do with them, and a lot of that comes from that ultimate. Whether the team's behind him or not, we saw that the double walls up, pumps out the damage, crazy stuff, and I think Shikigami is going to adjust their pick bans a little bit, because when you don't know the team, yes, you have some homework done, but you don't know exactly what they want to do and their strategies. Groot may not make it to this next map.
I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see the Groot, or even maybe the Punisher. The Punisher being a very big reason as to why Jobless Bumps were able to execute and win a lot of those team fights as well.
Yeah, because whenever you're Lawrence has to have the Punisher play on the Flyer and the Groot walls. There's just too much to keep up with. You have too many jobs for one hero. It was tough. But guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a quick break as we're going to be heading into our second match. Will it be another 2-0? Will Shikigami respond? Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello guys, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. Now I know what you might be thinking. I'm going jobless now. After that performance, I don't need a job. I'm gonna do the same thing they just did. But don't, okay? This team is different and I'm excited because wow, they had a performance there, Vicky.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be jobless for long. That's the thing, right? Like, if you make a performance like that to open things up for your debut here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite, I mean, that's a great way to start things off for a team called Jobless Bumps, which, you know what, just may as well just change that org list real quick. Just let them know, everybody around, that they are free agents at this point.
Yeah, and listen, now at Shikigami, they get to pick the map, what they're comfortable with, get that home court advantage. They can pick Convoy or Convergence. Again, if you're just coming in, Domination's always that first map that we go into. But guys, we've got to check it out. We saw a little bit of Think Play today, some Invisible Woman action. Well, if you love those heroes, we got brand new skins for them. And check this out. It comes out in about an hour from right now, in-game, in-store. We've got the Future Foundation skins for both Sue Storm and Ben Grimm. What do you think of these skins, Vicky?
I want that Sue Storm skin so bad. Of course, I do. I'm an Invisible Woman enthusiast, so it's always so nice to see her get some cool skins. But look at her hairstyle. I'm loving it. And her earrings, too, on top of it all.
Yeah, oh, it's killer. And look at it. I mean, it's a gun show for the Thing over there. You know, maybe not the best meta for him, but hey, we're seeing it today. Triple Vanguard. The Thing is the way to go. And we've been teased Spider-Man skin in the bag. The Future Foundation whole set has absolutely slapped. Excited to see these skins finally enter the game. All right, as we head in, we've got our next match and our next map underway. What stood out to you there in that matchup against the No Jobs, against Shikigami, and what do you want to see different this time around?
I love you said no jobs out here. No jobs. The way that they're holding it down right now, I have to say it's that group. I think also the strategists were doing a really good job for Jobless Bums, really keeping it down there too. And then looking on the other side, what Shikigami could do a little bit differently here, they were staggered a lot, which kind of tends to be what we've seen thus far throughout the course of the day. It's been like the theme here, and Shikigami maybe not finding that momentum, where I feel like Marvel Rivals in general, it's momentum's important in any competitive environment, but in Marvel Rivals, it's essentially so important, especially when you start off on domination for every single series. That kind of sets up the pace going into map number 2, depending on whether we'll be going onto Convoy or Convergence.
Yeah, and listen, no shade at all, but the teams that were from the Marvel Rival Invitational, they got their spot right away. Shikigami being one of those teams, but this is not the team that got that spot. So this is a new team, right? Even though they got that spot in, Jobless Bums, they earn their way into this seeding, which obviously comes with a bit more unity. And again, as they've said, they are great independently. They got to come together as a team. Emma, ban right away. We look at the Hall of Dajalia. Convergence.
Hall of Dahlia. This is one of my favorite maps, by the way. Always be jamming out to the music in the back.
A very good one, and a very tough map to get that first point. That's where it really is separated. You can tell right away how it's going to go on that first point. And we've got a Luna ban right out the gate. Shikigami getting rid of that or Jobless. And again, same song, same dance. Magneto saves. Got to have one or the other. So we're looking at similar pick of bans that we saw, which I thought would be changed up a bit on Shikigami's end.
Also getting that Ultron ban too. Looking on the side of Jobless Bumps, just in case they want to try to bring out the Flyers, because not only does Ultron get wiped out, but so does Storm. And then the saving on the Punisher from the opposite end.
Yeah, the Punishers were saved last time. Lawrence was, again, having to do a lot, dealing with a flying storm that Valk played a lot. And then also you had the Groot from the British tree. Will this last ban be Groot? We'll have to see. But right now, they're really just spreading out their bans all together. And Wolverine being banned.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I seeing that right? No band from Shikigami's side?
Yeah, no, they're picking it right.
Okay, all right, here we go. I was like wondering with it being unlocked at the same time. Although,
seen it today.
Yeah, we did. I saw it within EMEA where a team just didn't ban anything. I'm wondering, no way, not again. But we did see this last time with these double saves on the Punisher, like for that first map.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that with that Wolverine ban I thought they were definitely going to get rid of Groot, right? Because that's the biggest sign, hey, we're going to get rid of the biggest counter to what we're doing best. And instead they went with a Human Torch, and obviously that's going to tip the cap over to Valk and how well they play the hero. And you can tell they don't want to deal with a lot of the craziness of the Flyers as we head into the very beginning of Wakanda and Convergence. We'll see on the defense, on the offense, how they're going to set up. This personally, you don't see the high play, but I love Penny Parker on defense on this map with the double nest.
Oh yeah. And with the changes too, I keep bringing up like the Rocket Penny team up. That always goes so hard as well. It acts as like the double res beacon too for the BRB real quick. And looking back at your point, talking about how Valk didn't really want to deal with a lot of that poke pressure from the Punishers. No Storm on the board here, but looking at the way that Olsen's had played, I feel like this is really going to also continuously help out Jobless Bums, looking at the way that they had played already in that first map.
Yeah, absolutely here. As look at, you already have Shikigami, you've got the Doctor Strange portal ready to go yet again. There's no way the aggression comes. This is just a little bit of spying on what they've got going on. But nope, the turret, this is their specialty at this point.
Oh, and they do it from above too. So that way it's a mixture back and forth, dancing around both of those portals that both sides have now just put down, and they've lost out on Ben here too as the first casualty.
Nice early pick, spawns right there, but you do slow down the team from what is going to be their portal on a highly contested map. Usually you like to see the portal on the actual point. Use as a pseudo wall, in fact. But speaking of walls, that group's setting up for success here, trying to push forward, but Lawrence putting on constant pressure as they're making their way up Main Street.
This is what I like to see here from Lawrence, putting in a lot of that pressure that we weren't really able to see within that first map here. Forky Dog already reaching that 74% on that invisible boundary. Here comes Biblical over to the side before managing to get right back hand in hand with the rest of Shikigami, but they lost to Amadara.
Yeah, our first Psylocke play of at least America at night there. And Olsen's doing what we just saw on the last map and going crazy. And look at Lawrence in ult form running away. You don't see that often from Frank Castle. Trying to escape, but to no avail. And just like that, that was an easy cap for Jobless, who's really wowing me right now.
Actually popping off right there too. Seamless in being able to get that point to start getting this point moving now too. Jobless Bums over on the other side will also have 2 ults available after Forky Dog had made that swap up.
Yeah, I said that first point is hard to get, and they made it look like light work. No job as they stamped on Krakoa. They're looking to stamp it here on Wakanda. Putting a lot of pressure early. Pride trying to get that poke damage. Does have that Meteor M, and ultimate-wise, this is where you're going to want to counter and try to get something rolling with a Psylocke. And Chicken does get the me pick, which has been a massive player for them.
Yeah, because me had committed to taking advantage of that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond. Oh, now there's nothing like that table. We were here is essential for trying to get through this initial corner, because you know that you're out in the open. It's very easy for Shikigami to farm some of these ults for poke damage.
Yeah, honestly, solid job from not only Shikigami, but also Jobless realized what ults that the fight was not going their way, and they didn't commit everything. They still have Groot, they still have both Vanguard ults ready to go, but Shikigami can feel good to take a breath here as they round around this corner that, I don't know about you, this is a tough little part of the map to get around.
Yeah, that's why I was like, this open field out here too, just a lot of open area, and now you have the final judgment to push them back. Here comes a Meteor from Ben as well, playing from inside the invisible boundary, then answering over to the other side here. You had Wicca with the Luna Snow ult, the Eye of Agamotto to find the 2 picks, make it 3 here to follow up from Lawrence, and another team fight win for Shikigami.
There you go, Shikigami. Lawrence able to survive what was going to be a bin ult from Magneto, taking them down. But that was really what kept the team going, and the juice of Madara as well. Excited to see Shikigami now starting to come together here, and the advantage with that Psylocke ult, they can get another quick strategist pick. We'll see if they open up that way.
Saw it being done before already. Liverpool only getting set up in that backline with the dance of the butterfly here. British Tree, though, is going to be the issue to counter that, depending on how early it's going to be utilized to get around this next corner. It's all about that strangling prison that you have to look out for. They have 3 other ults as the counter from the dance of butterflies here comes in from immediately that cloak and dagger with the eternal bond.
Now, good rotation. Me was ulting forward. They were able to use the Eternal Bond and go forward, not get picked off in that Psylocke. But here is the Groot ult into the combo. Shikigami, though, doing a great job trading instead. You don't often see the Groot ult lead to death. But Shikigami making this corner their own. Nothing like that first point of this map.
Put that strangling prison away, Shikigami. What a nice clap back onto Jobless Bunch, who had expended so much, by the way. They really only have Ultons with that final judgment coming back.
This is what I expected to see, both these teams be a bit more competitive between one another. And you're right. I mean, they had to use the Cloak and Dagger ult to initiate that. They had the Groot ult expended. Now Lawrence able to really uncontested use Final Judgment, who British Tree is going to look to obviously counter, but 15%, they're far away.
Valk over to the skies here, seeing if they can get into position. No Dance of Butterflies here, but instead you do have the Final Judgment, and then you have the answer back with the Fate of Both Worlds. The Meteor to shut down Ultons, though, is the momentum that Shikigami needs to hold their feet on top of this point. Another KO here as Jobless Bumps may look to back away here to get another reset while expending even more than what they've already have.
Look at this switch between the shotgun and the AR. Beautiful job here, Lawrence, showing a different Punisher than we saw in Krakoa. And that was our first successful Magneto counter to Punisher. We've seen a lot of bubbles bursted today. The only bubble that was bursted there were the hope on that push with a minute and a half left. Jobless Bumps needs to pull it together.
The way that Shikigami is cycling through the strategist ult is also fantastic. Kinetic is about to have that Fate of Both Worlds here, rather, that Eternal Bond. And looking on the other side here too, Wicca had used up that Fate of Both Worlds just to keep the rest of Shikigami alive from the onslaught of pressure from Ultens.
Yeah, nice get back there for Biblical, trying to get a little bit of healing. They do have the Dance of the Butterflies, but Bib coming in with the Agamotto. They have to capitalize off this. They're using it all. Right here comes the Meteor in, the combination, and they do get the connection. Taking 3, no 4, now 5 down, able to push through, and finally, after 3 minutes, get the point.
British Tree doesn't have to just be the tree on the Groot out here, just so that way he can get these going for the rest of Jobless Bums, finally getting over to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they didn't need to ban the Groot. Instead, they just changed the strategy there, and it was obviously showing successful. I like that British Tree is showing a little bit of their flexibility as well. And they've got the Invisible Boundary combined with Final Judgment to get this push even further. This Agamotto has to nail if you're Madara.
The Dance of the Butterflies, Biblical looking to make a move here over to the back line before jumping right in to isolate. But the beautiful Invisible Boundary is going to help Steve keep them alive. They've lost out on Wicca. They take care of Mile, and Ultens now move up with the rest of Jobless Bumps. It's fine if you don't have Mai here. It's okay, because now you get to at least clear this next corner after losing out on Valk.
Big pick there, getting rid of Valk as the Psylocke. Best way to take care of a Psylocke is another one. Unfortunately, the timing of the Dance of the Butterflies there lined up with both Final Judgment and the Invisible Boundary that we saw from Invisible Woman. And look at what Shikigami has in the tank, though. They have everything to stop this. A minute left. You got 4 ults going 5, and this is it.
All right, getting started here too. Shikigami having all the answers before Lawrence just clears up the hall right now on this Punisher Final Judgment. 3 is the tree here for Jobless Bums. They take out 4, and now it's going to be a reset around that corner.
And not only that, they didn't use much. And that's what you really needed, because if you used it all in that last fight, I've been there before on ladder, right? You can't hold 2 in a row, especially as those ultimates are charging up. Or Jobless, they've got everything they need to hold this out for another 37 seconds.
Span now moving up. He's got the Eye of Agamotto. Tries to block it over to the other side to help protect the backline here. Lawrence still finds Valk, though. And time is being wasted away. You got less than 30 seconds now on the clock. Madara taking a lot of damage. The rest of Shikigami, though, they have both strategist ults just to help the sustainability. The Eye of Agamotto, what timing that activation was for Fate of Both Worlds from the Luna Snow.
Yeah, Wicca with the perfect timing, keeping everybody alive on that Agamotto that was going to be lethal. And I love Madara there with the Madara there with the insane whip to combo. But British Tree showing his flexibility yet again on that Meteor M. And this is where everything's coming out for both teams. The ultimates, the fireworks, and Ulton's picking up where he left off in Krakoa with the double E limb. But the spawn's closer. They can push back right now, Vicky.
Biblical trying to get away, though. Valk still was able to fight Kinetic with the Dance of Butterflies here, too. Shikigami down 2, and Madara won't be here to activate the Agamotto themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, might be a little too late, but this is going to give a little stall time there as Biblical's able to get their backline at least down where the team has to turn attention, giving space for Lawrence to push forward with Final Judgment. Pride taking down British Tree. Time is ticking. The teammates are falling, and this could be Shikigami for a last-second hold.
Wait, Mytho having the Eternal Bond. This is going to be even bigger. The Agamotto coming in for Shikigami as Jobless Bombs tries to keep the dream alive to get this point all the way to the finish line now. Ultons takes that first KO onto Pride. Fighting for their lives is Madara after using the Agamotto. Biblical now finding Valk constantly back and forth. Their Ulton's still alive regardless because of that Eternal Bond that was utilized earlier.
How did Madara stay alive there just in time for the trade of Biblical to come and get rid of that other Psylocke? You've got the Agamotto now trading against it, but Wicked coming in with a clutch. Oh, this team, there's just a sliver off the overtime clock, but it's enough for now Kinetic to get Cloak and Dagger's ultimate to trade that with Forky Dog, and we're in for a show, Ricky.
What? Oh, another Agamotto? This is 3 Agamottos in the same fight as it keeps going, but Shikigami finally kicked Jobless Bombs off this point.
That's what we've come for here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. That's what we wanted to see. My goodness, at first I thought that was going to be just Jobless Bums for the taking, but Shikigami doing a great job to fight back. I still don't know how Madara was able to survive a Psylocke just right up to the chest. Great job there for Shikigami to turn things around.
Wow, I'm not over that final fight. The back and forth, the desperate Valk swap, by the way, to the Spider-Man. Oh my goodness, everything being taken out there just to hold it down.
Yeah, at one point, I mean, all the ultimate charges were down to 0%. Next thing you know, it's like our 5th Agamotto coming out. Just a complete perfection of play there for both teams. I thought Wicca really came up clutch there with the best ult in the game. Invaded both worlds, get that 12 seconds of immortality and not fall into Magneto. Great swap there for British Tree as well. Both teams played a lecture there. Let's see if they can do the same on reversed roles.
Now looking at the stats here, too. Both backlines really putting in the numbers. I feel like here, Lawrence really stepping things up here for Shikigami as well. But there's a lot of that back and forth from both of these teams here, as it looks like we're going to open up with another Doctor Strange portal with the Punisher.
Yeah, I thought both Lawrence and just Vanguard play altogether was just stepped up a massive notch. And shutting down what was the previous strategies. After that first point, it was looking rough there, and we're seeing both portals come out. Can we get the counter portal? It looks like they may have gone as successfully as the turrets, pushing them into the spawn immediately.
Oh, the back and forth here? All right, forces them off the turret for now. It's going to be halted, but buying in at least a little bit of time while the time takes away here.
Yeah, nice cloak bubble there to keep the team alive on the turret side of the bubble as he could just rain down fire as Ultons does. As they're going up yet again Main Street, you could go left, you could go right, but we do have up top, keep Valk as that Psylocke, staying that for this map and trying to get that early strategist pick. And looks like he might be going there for Wiccan and Cloak, forcing the Biblical to go his way.
The Psylocke v Psylocke that you had highlighted earlier, too, in that last round as well, before going right back onto the higher ground. It's that Valk versus Biblical matchup. Madara still slowly racking up enough of that ult charge here, too. Especially if you look on the other side. Forky Dog's about to have that rocket ult first, ready to go. And before trying to hold it down for the rest of this team, Shikigami also have Kinetic just to keep this team alive. It's going to be answered back here from the Eternal Bond on both sides.
Yeah, Internal Bonds trading is important, and there's the first Agamotto into the Internal Bonds. But we do have Lawrence with that early Final Judgment, and this could be the difference maker on this first push as Ulton's going down. But there's British Trey with the swap and then double Elim.
And being able to get your Cloak and Dagger back just as quick, because you have that BRB from Forky Dog before now the Hail Mary coming in from Valk just to do enough of that damage. Jobless Bums, though, they stay here, they stay on the point, forcing back Shikigami after taking out Wicca first.
Hello, British Tree. You're impressing me on Groot and now on Magneto. But Biblical getting a nice little pick on Ultins to at least stagger a little bit. But British Tree makes swift work of it. And I got to say, the Psylocke v Psylocke is that much more entertaining as her invisibility going down a full second this season and a half. But my gosh, that was just elite play from British.
Wow. Also, the fact that Jobless Bums were just able to hold that down. Forky Dog once again bringing back the other strategists into the fray without having to make that walk of shame back from spawn. Here, Shikigami wasting time. Minute and less than 50 seconds now on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely here as they're going down up the middle. Lauren's trying to get that ult charge built up. They do have Pride to counter what is going to be Ultin's quick final judgment. Then can he get a massive Agamotto to shut down things quickly here, holding up the shield, getting the protection, and honestly, this is what I do. Run and hide. Just let him burn through this ultimate. British Tree, though, not letting Biblical get out of there. That is a big pick for an early stagger.
I am not picking that. Does get 2 stuns, though, off of the eye of Agamotto. Answer back and forth here between Jobless Bums and Shikigami. Now the meteor of him comes in and a nice knife onto Forky Dog. Did not expect that here, too, but this is great news for Shikigami just while they wait for Wicca to come right back to recontest.
From downtown, but that's why I was so impressed with the initial push on the last match we just saw. This is such a hard part of the map to cap, as we're seeing right here, and it was easily done from Jobless. Proven to be a lot harder here for Shiki, as they're going to be going into potentially their last 50 seconds on the clock.
Into this next fight, they will be able to have that fate of both worlds if Wicca could boost that up here. Kinetic 2 to just start the engagement with the internal bond, but it is that Punisher that has been a problem. Ultin's putting in so much pressure because we need to also do the next trade here between the internal bond like we saw earlier on. Oh my goodness, that meteor just completely annihilated.
That, I mean, Jobless had every ult ready to go, and that was one of the biggest blocks you could possibly do for getting rid of British's ult. But it's too little too late because Ben nails the Agamotto that lets the team just completely capitalize on it. And at this point, it's the last desperation for this match and Shikigami if they're going to avoid double elimination bracket.
There's another chance here if they can get right here to at least contest, but it's not going to allow them to. I mean, they are way too far. The stagger was real here. And Shikigami, they fall once again, allowing Jobless Bumps to move right up, taking map number 2.
Wow. I mean, honestly, great team effort and defensive hold there at the end. But sometimes early mistakes can end up costing you the entire game. And we saw it there. They gave up that first point way too quickly on their side. Because when you can burst through that, Vicky, you're able to really steamroll from there. But there was just no momentum after 2-3 fights of shutdown.
I also felt like they were once again, like looking at Jobless Bum, they were able to cycle through their ultimates in such a great way on their defense. Yes, they lost some members. Forky Dog, I feel like having that BRB respawn also really helped out, bringing Maya right back into the fray. Having that extra support really goes a long way as we take a look at the difference here in terms of stats. Yeah, both backlines doing a really good job there too, but then it was the Vanguard dip. I really feel like that made a difference here for No Job.
I love to see that. Look at that. No job winner. You are a winner if you are unemployed, at least right now in Marvel Rivals Ignite. And did you see that casual 40k bomb from Lawrence on damage? Great valiant effort there, but the spread of damage in elims that they were able to pull off for No Job was truly what made the difference.
It really helped enable the Punisher impact that we saw from Jobless. Ultins had a lot of standout moments. Shikigami tried to match that too with the Doctor Strange and Punisher themselves. But then over to the other side, once Ultins came in, then the cycling with the support ults, just allowing them to help with the sustainability and then have that Punisher ult ready to go. Then, of course, we saw a few times the interaction of the Dance of the Butterfly before seeing if they had an opportunity to counter that with a strategist, but they didn't.
Yeah, and I thought strategist play was solid there, and really Valk with a great response to the Psylocke. Biblical was having their way with Jobless until they had that match, Psylocke v Psylocke, and that started to really paint the difference here. Again, tip of the cap if you're just now coming in, a crazy end to this part of the map and a fun way to kick off Ignite in the games we expect to see here. But Jobless Bums getting the job done with perfect play from all roles. I'm excited to see what they have to bring as we move on in the tournament.
I can't believe we're already over and close to our last series, Cozy. I mean, it's literally been non-stop 2-0s back-to-back in the Americas.
Yeah, we have a lot of 2-0s happening right now, but again, these teams, they're getting rid of the nerves. They're getting rid of their first pro play experience for some of them, and I'm telling you, the lights do not seem bright for a couple of these teams out here. No job, jobless bums being one of those. And this was a team I looked for. I was looking for stuff about them. They are underground. They're new players, and they performed.
Me too. And you know, aside from like just the title of their team name that spoke for itself, I feel like just looking at their performance, if they keep this up, I'm interested to see how that's going to fare against of the likes of just harder hitting teams. British Tree specifically was a standout player in my opinion looking at that series.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually curious how many Lord icons that their whole team has. If they're jobless, they've got to have, I mean, a roster full of them. I saw one guy had all of them within the game. Crazy stuff we're seeing. Even Ultron finished it off. Just wild business out there. I'm hoping we get to interview someone though with jobless bums, because I want to know who is this team.
Yeah, actually getting word that we may be talking to one of the members of Jobless Bums that I'm very excited to really pick his brain, because I feel like aside from British Tree, the other player that had that just opportunity to do whatever they wanted on that Punisher was Oltens, as we had highlighted, especially in that first map.
Yeah, I was going to say Krakoa, that was Olten's map. You know, they tried to get a little Hella going early often. That was the quickest swap I've ever seen. Human Torch was up next. Wasn't the answer. I think Olten's really was crazy against what Lawrence was bringing as well. Lawrence bringing more at the end there. But we're going to welcome in Olten's right now. Say hello to our first member of Jobless Bums, Olten's.
How you
doing, buddy? Welcome.
What's good? Hey,
dude, that was awesome.
That was a well-fought match.
Hey, man, good job, and it was fun to watch your team play. Again, I've been interested to see a lot about you guys. Tell me, who is Jobless Bums? Are you jobless? Who are you guys?
I'm unemployed. That's true. That is true. I'm a full-time grinder, 14 hours a day. I'm on this game. I love this game. It's my favorite game by far.
I love this energy right now coming in from you, Oltens. All right, well, I'm going to go into the nitty-gritty questions right now, because you guys really put on a performance. It was a very fun match to watch, but I'm curious, what you guys did against Shikigami, do you guys think that would work against a team like 100 Thieves per se, the way that you guys opened up as dominating as you were, or do you feel like that's just kind of something that you guys could pull off against teams that may not expect it?
Honestly, 100 Thieves is a really good team. They have way more scrim practice than us. But I think we could pull it off, potentially. We have a really good energy in our team. Vibes are good. We trust our IGL and we trust our members. Like, just that simple. Be a good match.
Well, listen, man, first, I dig the white headphones. Gotta get a quick shout out to that. Hey, I want to know about your team a little bit, man. How long have you guys been playing together? How long has this team been grinding as one unit? Shikigami, new team, new together especially. Have you guys been playing together a lot, or?
Yeah, I was a sub at first. Infamy used to play for me. She was a Psylocke, but she's busy. But I'm just the Punisher filler right now. Been practicing a lot of Punisher. And yeah, just like we've been playing together for about a month maybe.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
That's all, man.
Oh, wow. All right. I mean, following up from that, you talked about having a lot of faith in your IGL. Do you guys have an analyst or a coach that helps dissect your games to really get into it? Or is it just like a team effort? Okay.
We're our own coaches, basically.
Okay.
Love to see it, man. Love to see it.
Yes, sir.
Well, man, you really played like you guys have a whole team behind you, because I've got to say, impressed with what I saw out there. Punisher doing great this patch. Listen, tell me about some of your, you don't have to diversion a big part of your strategy, but tell me some of the heroes that you like to play before Punisher comes out. You must have a bunch of Lord icons. Who's some of your favorite heroes in Rivals?
All the hit scan, man. Psylocke, Star-Lord, Punisher. I was a Psylocke main for a minute, but she got nerfed pretty heavily. So I'm just trying to adapt to the new season.
Valk did a good job there, doing that role with Biblical and that.
Looks nuts.
Listen, anything, I want to give the floor to you. What do you have to say to the audience, to everyone watching, about you, about your team? Shout it out.
I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys watching, bro. Like, we really put it all into this game, and we're excited. We're just excited. It's just that simple. Ready to keep going.
Awesome, buddy. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully, we will see you in yet another interview, and good luck in your next match. Studying up, getting ready. We will see you in just a couple of days, man. Thanks for coming on, Oltens.
Peace.
Tell you what, Vicky, that you could just tell, beaming with confidence, and as he said, just good vibes all around.
I love how that's always like the response that we get to, you know, try to feel out how a team feels, especially a team that may not have a lot of experience. Whenever I hear the vibes are high, that's how you know there's probably a lot of good quality yapping for this team. They know what to say, they know how to play around each other, and when there's a lot of these players that feel confident playing behind their IGL, that's when they feel enabled to kind of get away with what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought only a month of team play together was impressive because they looked like a team that had been playing a ton. And it's like the person that represents themselves in court as their own lawyer. I love when they don't have a coach. They're just together as one team, as you would see on Ladder. And I think these are the teams that show the story of what you can become if you don't have a job. If you try hard enough in Rivals to get where you are, and they have a tough task ahead of them with 100 Thieves.
I asked them, Oltens, how do you feel about playing against the likes of teams that are like 100 Thieves? He mentioned it is pretty hard, but they feel like they could still do it. And I like that confidence too. You can't already predict what you expect from a matchup before it even happens.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 Thieves will be taking them on, I believe, Saturday. We have LG Luminosity going against Shikigami. Whoever loses that will be eliminated from stage 1 here. Both those teams, listen, we've seen what they have to offer. Do you have any favorites down there, Vicky?
Looking all the way, I really want to see, just looking at the lower bracket, right? Looking at the two teams that we've seen perform today, I feel like this is going to be a comeback opportunity to VOD review, figure out what you got to do differently. I have faith in LG and seeing what they could do to bring things back, because compare both Shikigami and LG, it was pretty rough here, but at least you have to start somewhere. And if you don't have a lot of scrim practice in general, you gotta figure things out now while you're in that lower bracket, because you have one more chance.
Yeah, it's always hard to see what you got sometimes against 100 Thieves as well. So now they'll have a different matchup to really get up confidence when they go against Shikigami, vice versa there. But listen, we have one more match today. And that last match has an awesome Electra team I've been following. It was one of my first videos covering esports, and that is Sentinels, previously Nightmare, former Marvel Rivals Championship winners. We've got a good one coming up, and they're versus Alani Win, and that's bound to be a great matchup. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got one more match. We're going to take it to break real quick. We'll be back in just a second for the last match of today.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
By the eye of Agamotto! Tremble before us! Maximum pulse!
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 언제까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. We've got one more match for you today. And just like 100 Thieves versus LG, we've got another 1 seed versus the 8 seed. Alani Win, the 8 seed. They made their way into Ignite to make a name. It's the David versus the Goliath. That is the Sentinels, previously the MRC winner. They were also the winner of many MRIs. One of the best teams in this game with a lot of recognizable players, but a bit of a new team. This is a matchup I'm pumped for, Vicky.
Yeah, because then on the other hand, you know, you have not only the David versus Goliath part 2 happening all in one day, but imagine being Alani Win, right? You're the A seed going into this group here, seeing where you could really figure things out. You could only imagine that at this point, Alani Win have absolutely been preparing against Sentinels specifically to see. I mean, in my opinion, even taking a single map is considered an upset. It's going to be difficult because we haven't even seen that happen throughout the course of today. We've only been having 2-0s galore, but I mean, Alani Win, at least having a little bit of a heads up, has absolutely been able to prepare to the best of their ability.
Yeah, and they're going to have to show that in that first map of domination. That's going to be their best chance to do so. Now, Sentinel's been covering them a while. We have Crimzo, once coach, now player, is going to be serving in that tank slot. Now, Kalush has moved over to Envy. We have Techie XD taking their spot. So we've had some players shift around. I believe Hogs is now with Dark. So we've got a lot of different things going on with Rymazing here on the board. You guys know Super Gomez, the Star-Lord GOAT, and then, of course, Karova, Aramori, great strategist behind the helm here. 100 Thieves, we know about SJP, we know about Harvey, but Aramori, I'm a huge fan.
Oh, same here too. And then we're looking on the other side of these teams rather, and it's Alani Win. Where in the qualifiers, I feel like this team in general had really that poke and counter engaging strategy here. Of these individual players also really showcasing their climb through the rank ladder themselves. So looking to see what we have in store for us after the action that we've already had with Sentinels. I've studied Sentinels a lot too, just passively watching Marvel Rivals as an esport in the background when I'm playing my own rank games, and Aramori being a very big factor into that too. You know, I've been watching her for a really long time, seeing what she has in store for us, and Alani Win's got a really big hill to climb to try to cross this.
Yeah, and I think with the Sentinels, we're going to see a little bit of more traditional play of what we saw, maybe triple res back in it. Karova, you guys know he's the Adam Warlock guy himself, and with that new buff, I have not gotten to see him pro play with the reset of the cooldowns on the headshots. Love that addition to the strategist. We could see some triple res from them. Aramori really opening up what she can do as a strategist and flexing the roles of what she's got. But what I'm most interested in, Vicky, is that Hella was a big weakness to this team. We haven't seen a lot of Hella today. Punisher's been serving that spot. How is that going to affect Sentinels, and what are we going to see from them in the pick ban?
That's a really good question, because that is been kind of the safe option that a lot of these teams have opted to go for in helping out the Punisher. I feel like when you have a lot of flyers now making their way into the Season 2.5 changes, it's allowed these teams to have that Punisher be that answer, especially when you cycle through a final judgment, and then hand in hand, you have either a fate of both worlds or even an invisible boundary to just keep your Punisher engaged.
Yep, absolutely. Great breakdown there. And again, there's those Emmas going right 1 and 2. And right away, it looks like Sentinels, they don't want any part of Loki being played there. So they're going to get rid of that, get the mag save. Again, same song, same dance. We're even seeing Ultron go to the second ban here for the bottom team a lot in the matches that we've seen thus far. We'll see if we see any target-specific bans. Maybe an Atom. Looks like Storm's going to be the one they choose up there for the Sentinels.
And what do you think about that? I feel like, you know, we saw Ultron earlier on in one game. It didn't even work out for that team that tried to run the triple support. And then I believe we hadn't seen the Ultron in EMEA. So being able to now see the ban coming out from the Americas also still further highlights the type of playstyle that America as a region wants to lean into, with Ultron being that new hero forming into the Season 2.5 changes.
Yeah, 100% agree there. It looks like Loki is going to lead the helm there. Aramori probably going to be taking over that role. And that, I mean, I've seen her play a lot of strategists. Her Loki can be absolutely devastating. We've got the Punisher save on one side. They're going to close it out there for the Sentinels. And potentially they go with a ban. Is this the hell that they usually do? Who do we expect to see here?
Let's find out. And while we speculate here too, love how you highlighted Aramori and Kurova. Kurova, of course, being that #1 Adam Warlock player that comes to mind, helps enable, oh, no Luna Snow from the opposite end. So that was going to be their ban here. So that's going to be something that Alani Win cannot lean into.
Yeah, I like the pick there. Crimzo can really flex into just about anything. He's been playing Groot at a tremendous level, can do Doctor Strange as well. With Kalush out, though, Kalush was the anchor that helped win them that Marvel Rival Championship. And so without him, you're now going to have Techie taking over that shield tank role. Going to be interested to see what he can pull off. This is quite interesting. And now Nectar here for what is going to be Super Gomez, actually not in this first round. As a quick look there, Super Gomez is going to be not here as Nectar playing Wolverine. So we've got Amazing, a multi #1 player in Alpha, Beta, and plenty of seasons as we head into our first map.
Interesting to also be able to utilize your subs, right? Something that we've seen. I think we've seen it only once looking at our last previous match, but being able to take advantage and lean into your subs. Nectar being brought in for this very first map. We always start on Domination, and Krakoa kind of leading things into that.
We've seen a lot of Krakoa today, and will it be history repeating itself? The 2, the 0. Can they get a map off them? This is big. Alani Win, this is your moment. You're going against Sentinels. Let's see what they can bring as we start out our first map.
Capture the mission area.
The gates are opened here, and with the amount of Doctor Strange plays that we see, we're not seeing that from Alani Win, but we had seen it previously before, and it's been quite interesting to see how aggressive these teams start off the rip. Can't really pull that off against the likes of Sentinels, though, as we see Nectar already getting set up into position to match up versus Goma, who's on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. I love Amazing here on the Human Torch. We've seen that a lot on this map in particular. Great for the zones, as we're going to see if we can get an early Wolverine kidnap to open things up there, potentially on the Magneto. He goes for it, but unfortunately does not land it, but going to charge up on those crew walls is Goma. We got Wolverine, Logan v. Logan.
And the way that Alani Win have just like walked on top of the point, but the priority here for Sentinels is to keep up this poke pressure just to build into some more of these ults.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, great job getting the initial point. I got to point that out right away. Alani Win getting the first cap is often the most important. If they don't win this first, if they can't win this first fight, that would be a huge way to open up your Ignite presence. Suppressor, you're doing a good job zoning out Amazing on that Human Torch, just keeping the poke and keeping him at bay, but Amazing going right for it, Vicky.
Ooh, but Crimzo opening things up, getting that first pick onto Ice, that sets Alani Win to be at a disadvantage, even with Prince trying to fully commit into the Eternal Bond, as well as the Gru ult too from Crimzo, waiting for the perfect timing to utilize that. This wastes out that Prince ult that we saw from the Cloak and Dagger, and matching that here too from the other side with Crimzo now finding Goma.
And look, well, Crimzo did the ult, but it was blocked by the Eternal Bond, and then Aramori as Loki. You don't often see it. It's usually a support. Copies Crimzo with the 2 back-to-back in prisons. And that's what you love to see here on the Ignite here. That was awesome.
Oh, man. I want to see that again out here. Sentinels, they took the point of nice, fashionable way, and Alani Win tried to come in with the portal play. Here comes a Supernova, but Alani Win having the answer with that invisible boundary, have to avoid the meteor off to the side, completely negates it here, and Sentinels having way more numbers on the side despite losing out on Techie.
Yeah, I mean, goodness. I cannot believe Rymazing was able to get that elimination on Suppress within the invisible boundary. So he couldn't even see them. Yes, he had the supernova, but that was impressive from Rymazing, able to get rid of that duelist and all that firepower and really making this a lot easier of a point to continue to capture.
Still slowly leading the way, nearing 60% now. Before making their way back, Jalen will have the Agamotto. Not really a follow-up potential here, though. Still holding on to it with Sentinels on the other end. About to have a few ultimates of their own, looking at Aramor and Crimzo again.
And Crimzo here in this ultimate is going to be huge to set up, especially because their Prince is working on that internal bond. They can use that to negate it, but Crimzo, if he gets it out fast enough, they can stop it. Prince about to get that internal bond. Vector here trying to get a back kick on the Vanguard, but Jalen really open up with the Agamotto, and they get things rolling as they get, there's the imprisonment right there.
Oh, the strangling prison. Prince, too, that we saw with the internal bond. The ice pick off onto Nectar. Off of the invisible boundary, too. Just shoving it back with the Agamotto from Jalen now. Sentinels still plant their feet on this point. Now nearing 96%. But with Suppress finding Aramori, that could start things off here for them.
Yeah, great play there and good ultimate of the invisible boundary from Aramori, but Kurova having one in the bank. Yes, 99% is taken, but we have Alani Win getting up to 40% now and doing a little bit of staggering. They only have an invisible boundary with, yes, Magneto charging up, and we have the Wolverine, so they've got enough firepower to fight back and potentially get this thing to 99.99.
They're in a really good position right now, honestly. Even with that 99% that you're currently seeing from Sen, this is Alamori that are looking pretty good. And look at Gomo's positioning, seeing if they could get a kidnap, bring the oppressor over to the other side of the point, closer to Alani Win here. It's very amazing now, makes their way out, has that Supernova ready to go.
And getting that wall to close off, get a little bit of pressure. Here's the Supernova. Suppress is going to have to do something to stop this. We do have the invisible boundary coming right away. And with that combination of Suppress, yet again, we've got Final Judgment. Can they end this? Goma getting the trade. This is going to be Alani Wins to win and get this point to 99.
Romori still staying alive, even with the meter hurtled in their direction. Here comes a strangling prison too. Rymazing following up. Kurova is going to be able to get another pick here. And Alani wins. They had everything still ready, available for them, but they could not hold it down, nearing 95%.
Yeah, they got the picks that were needed, but unfortunately not enough. All you need sometimes is a human torch combined with a strange old somebody get a fire extinguisher. Rymazing did great there with a shotgun blast of flames right into the face of Alani Win, but I gotta say, big clap. We said one map would be huge. They already showed a much better performance than we saw from previous 8 seeds. I like what we saw.
I definitely agree there too. Also the decision to not pull the trigger on like a Hail Mary Wolverine ult just to stay alive there and contest. It's not worth it. You just reset. You go back into now this next round and see what you could cycle through if you make any changes if you're Alani Win to keep some ults here.
30 seconds before
yeah, absolutely. Rymazing here with the 16k damage. Insane. And as always, look at, I gotta shout out Prince. Prince has done a great job on their ultimate cycling, but also just clutch cooldowns. The bubbles have been fantastic. You know, Cloak and Dagger, yes, you got the auto aim, but the cooldown management of those heroes to perfection is what we're seeing from Prince.
I agree. Avoiding some of these Magneto ults as we get set up with these changes too. It's looking like maybe triple support here unless Kadro swaps off the rocket just after getting that initial shield as we've seen. And yes, there we go. Still maybe sticking to that triple support with the Ultron here.
Got it.
Yep, absolutely here. Both teams heading in. That portal not being open always throws me off at the beginning. I love the portals of Krakoa. Really mixes things up as both teams heading right for the points. No early aggressive portals this time around. And we've got Ultron. He's coming to town. Let's see what they bring there with Goma.
I like the performance from Goma earlier on that Wolverine. As we get started, though, Kurova, it is important to know, has that invisible boundary first. Nectar, too, can make a play happen right here to try to isolate the Magneto, and he does. Immediately deletes Ice, and now with that Eternal Bond, you try to create the space for the rest of Alani Win after you lose out on your main tank. Here you have the Wolverine Ultimate 2 coming in from Nectar, and Sentinels easily now are able to claim this point and have Oromari to have that ult ready to go for the next engagement.
That honestly, I wanted to see a little bit more from Nectar on this specific match. I thought I didn't see exactly what I wanted to on that first map, and there I saw it. Perfect kidnap, great follow-up execution, followed by Kurova with the clutch invisible boundary. That's what you want to see. Now, Alani Win, they've got the ultimate favor. They've got to win this point right now if they hope to beat Sentinels.
He also went for a crazy swap up too. Makes a lot of sense with the Iron Man and Ultron power-up. Suppress now coming in, being able to have that Iron Man ult ready to go. See if we can get the charge pulls here with the entanglement though, and the supernova combo. Everyone is stuck here together here as Crimzo and Amazing back away. Clobbering time now here for Alani Win, and this leads into Oromori being able to use that invisible boundary after having that Loki ult.
Holy fire tornadoes. How they even lived through that alone is insane there. Incredible job from them all together. And Crimzo, yet again, pulling up an incredible elimination on the double. And Prince getting rid of Bright Amazing. They don't have a lot to get rid of that Human Torch, but great job there. And it's looking like Iron Man, Ultron. It's fun. It may not be working here against Sentinels.
Also helping out the fact that Oromori was out of a lot of that action just so that way they could help and reset for the rest of Sentinels to stay alive. Alani Win try to do the same. They lost some ultimates coming in here.
Yeah, honestly, they haven't had a chance to really do much because that immediate group ultimate here. We do have the extermination going from Goma. Can they get an important pick? Not a lot of damage coming out, but here is the big Magneto ultimate, the connection. Take it. Hello, welcome to Sentinels. Good to have you as 3 go down, and so do the hopes of winning map 1 for Krakoa.
Literally like a mosquito swatter right there. Just get the Iron Man out of here, and Sentinels with another dominating team fight win. It's all desperate measures, a very different look here for Oromori.
That would make for a great moment in the MCU. Just a big purple ball eliminating giant in the sky. Love to see it. We do have the Venom trying to get a little bit of sustain, trying to get the point. Overtime established. Jalen going down at this point. It's desperation. It's hope. They're trying. Going there is the Artemis Press trying to get the ultimate off, but unable to. And at this point, they're just trying to make things happen. Venom trying to get their way back to Vicky. Can they get the job done?
Oh, it's a matter of with the Strangling Prison also being available for Crimzo. He keeps everybody over to the side now. Invisible boundary from both sides. And then the kidnap from Nectar. Nectar has been a problem, and the follow-ups from Amazing have also been on another level.
Everybody wants a piece of the pie. I mean, I'm seeing great play from the strategist, from Amazing, all around the newcomers to Sentinels. You love to see it, and just like that, they're doing the job for Amazing, falling in the 1-2 Crimzo, finishing it off as we end map 1 of Krakoa. Great job on the first map. Second point there, Carousel a bit more one-sided.
Very 0 to 100 for that second round. Feels like in that point specifically, it's really difficult to try to wrap around and find different positionings to split the attention of just funneling through that one choke when you get through the little stairs. And Sentinels, they did a really good job at covering multiple different angles of approach from Alani Win for that second round specifically.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the all-around team effort. Great job, 30,000. I'm pretty sure 20,000 of that came from that one Groot ultimate with the fire tornadoes inside. Either way, though, phenomenal performance from both the duelists on their side. And Crimzo, tip of the cap, man. This guy is an elite group.
Dude, Amazing with 30,000 damage. I mean, yes, we see the final hits from both Amazing and Nectar, but Amazing with those fire tornadoes was on another level. Literally looking like a Michael Bay film out here with the explosions, the way that he was able to perform here.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right here. Amazing getting this beautiful job. There's the giant Crimzo, and this is my favorite here. Aramori in the copy. I don't know if we're going to see it, but the double Groots right here on screen for a split second. That is what you want to see. All the stops pulled out here in Ignite, and that's what makes a great strategist. I mean, they always had the response, and Kurova and her have been playing together for so long now that they just have incredible chemistry.
Seeing the double Groot, I feel like that's just a scene from one of my own nightmares. And of course, Alani Win had to deal with it from their end instead at the finishing blow for that first round. And then seeing things like that too here. Crimzo being able to set up the walls, block out their exit route before getting the finishing blow on that final team fight.
Yeah, from British Tree to Crimzo, we're seeing that Groot really make a difference, right? If you don't have Groot, there's just so much strategy that goes out the window there. And I was hoping that potentially Suppress and the Ultron could maybe get something together. Suppress did a great job. I actually thought his duelist play was great. Goma, when they flexed the Ultron, kind of doing that pseudo DPS role, it just was not there. And here it is. Look at this fiery hell. They're going to have nightmares about that one. No one died there, too, which is insane, even through the ultimates.
Yeah, it was through Cage Rolls, Invisible Boundary, and then look how quick Cage Rolls was slowly starting to rack up that ultimate charge, but before Sentinels had to win another team fight versus Alani Win at the very end.
And listen, I know Magneto is a counter to Iron Man's ult, but that was just disrespectful. Techie just getting a full meteor him right into Tony Stark's face. My gosh, I can see Robert Downey Jr.'s face just like of complete fear after that.
I see just a thumbs up, like, and then crying a little bit, like underneath the mask there too. But you know, sometimes you gotta make do with what you have right there. And he tried to schmoove a bit, but you can't schmoove point blank against a meteor that big.
Listen, we're at 1-0. This could be our fourth 2-0, but if anything, you are walking away. You're looking at it. This is a top seed. This is the winner of the MRC and a very notable team and players. And you can look at yourself and say, hey, we have what it takes. We just showed it. Maybe it was a little rush from Sentinels. We don't know. But either way, I was impressed with the initial performance of Alani Win. Do it again. You now have the pick of the map.
I definitely agree. I feel like Goma was that standout performance, at least from the very beginning, the way that they were able to position themselves on the Wolverine. Punisher really did help out too from Alani Win, but I just feel like once you don't get set up on that point there for that second round, it could be very difficult.
Well, we'll see in just a second if we're going to get 3 matches out of this one. We're about to go to a break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see what Sentinels have against Alani Win in just a second. We'll be right back.
Look who just showed up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We potentially have our last match today, Vicky. Sentinels versus Alani Win. This could be another 2-0, but that matchup, it showed promise. What do you expect to see out there?
I mean, Sentinels are just, they're dunking with the Magneto ult. They're Armori's out here copping the Groot. I think they're having a really good time. I do agree, though, Alani Win putting in a lot more work than I was expecting, especially in that first round. They were able to qualify after getting third in the Stage 1 America's Open Qualifier Split 2, but they're showing a lot of promise, I feel like. They're trying to make adjustments. It's just navigating, I feel like, specifically through the damage output that we saw on Rye Amazing was, what, he hit, what 40, 30,000, it was 30,000 damage in total between those two rounds, and that was on the Torch. So
Rye has often been one of my favorite players. He's just so flexible with what he can play. And I gotta say, not only one player, two new players to this squad, with Super Gomez right now being swapped for Nectar, and then with Techie taking over Kalush's spot from where we last saw them. And I am impressed. I know that we've got a lot of hero shifting, but Nectar not only play a great Wolverine, they like Psylocke as well. We're gonna see what adjustments they might bring or new comps they might show. Central Park is, this is our first time map today. I'm excited to see it.
This is another one of my favorite maps, actually. I'm really excited. So, looking already, Emma Frost is never going to see the light of day. She's going to forever stay in jail. Maybe not the strangling prison that we keep seeing from Crimzo, but unfortunate that you won't be able to see her. But it also makes sense, looking at the way that especially Sentinels has been playing around the group. I'm wondering what Alani Win has downloaded to banned, considering they have that triple ban next.
And I gotta say, because this map grew on me at first, it was okay, and then I really started to like it. But one thing I could point out, this feels like home court. This is a very good dude. He can just that in Squirrel Girl. I don't expect to see a lot of Squirrel right now, but those two heroes can be devastating in comp. And I think that if they let Rye Amazing play the Human Torch again, this could be devastating.
I also feel like when you are on the initial defense before they take that first point, Penny and Rocket go pretty hard in controlling a good amount of space at first here too, but we haven't really been able to see that at all either, right? We usually only see the Rocket over in the small room to get that extra shield before swapping off.
Yep, same bans. Nothing to commentate too much on that end. It's exactly what we just saw with the exact same mirrors. I'll say this too. I like that there's dive that can be played on this map going that right side. I mean, obviously teams are prepped and ready for that, but there's a lot of ways to approach this first little point of that map, and picks are all that more important. If you can get a defensive pick here, it's massive because that walk back is long.
Great here too. Gonna be able to also save the Loki once again. Very similar to what we have seen from that first map before we dove in. Also saving the Luna Snow once again here from the other side.
Yeah, so we've got the Punisher banned. I believe didn't they ban, who was Sentinel's last ban? Was it not Luna on the last
I believe so. So I think the last time they had saved from Sentinel's side, they had saved Loki and Magneto, and then looking at Alani Win, they had saved Magneto and Punisher. So it was the Punisher actually from Alani Win that they had saved.
Yep, and that's gonna, change up a little bit there. Suppress not gonna have access to Punisher. Going Bucky now, a little callback to season 1.5, where Bucky reigns supreme. I think still a great hero. People are still hearing again in their dreams, all right, in their nightmares. Style shit.
Why do you gotta talk about me like that? Literally all the time. And then every time I see Bucky coming in with the ult, people just standing around without giving space, if you know you can't get that finishing blow, always makes me sit on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, Bucky is the definition of that snowball hero, especially all those Loki clones. He's trying to escape, and he just keeps feeding and feeding. And now with the double reset, that he can pull off, just getting even more shots and pops in there, as we see what a great design map. I think this map and the artistic design here is incredible.
I think it's even funnier to think when I was first playing on this map, I was like, wait, Squirrel Girl lives in Central Park for free? Like, all right. Like, right now? All right. You know what?
This economy.
Yeah, for real. Like, free real estate? I mean, Squirrel Girl, you keep doing you, girl. But also looking at the way that this map layout is, one of my favorite things is the high to low ground disparity, allowing more of that split focus positioning that the defending team could take.
Absolutely. And Ryan Amazing opening up. This is an insane spot for Human Torch, just putting so much pressure with the constant fireballs. They have really nowhere to hide, so they have to push forward, and that's exactly what Rye wants them to do. Ice, though, going right away, just pushing with the thing. Jalen, I like the thing play here as well. This is a great map for Set Hero. And Suppress, we're going to get that Hella. This is their nightmare. Sentinels hate Hella. We'll see if it ends up working out for them.
Hey. Scene 2 with Goma staking onto the Wolverine, very similar to what we had seen at the very beginning of our last map. Jalen's trying to find a position here too. Just stalling a little bit against the wall while the rest of Sentinels slowly start building up those ultimates here too.
Yeah, Suppressed really is going to focus on Ryan Amazing. That is going to be his single purpose and job because no one else can really reach up. A little bit of poke there with maybe Dagger, but Ryan Amazing, again, having his way, just holding W, throwing out the fire burst, and the team follow-up from Deki and Crismo. Perfect job there, and great execution from the Vanguards.
No, Ryan Amazing's a problem. He is a problem. If you're Alani Win right now, you have to imagine the focus on this torch must start now because you're already down 2 minutes, less than 45 seconds here, and the damage output has just been insane.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ultimates here. Both teams pretty stacked and ready to go. Ryan Amazing with that supernova, able to really create some distance and pressure, and there it is, popping it, making the wall. Look at this, making a pseudo group wall, forcing the Luna ult, and it's gone.
Even through fate of both worlds, there is nothing saving you for the wombo combo, the strangling prison into the supernova.
No dancing. There's no dancing allowed here on Central Park. Insane amount of DPS there to shut down a lot of the ultimates. They still have a Channel Bond and the Meteor M, but Sentinels have everything they want right now in favor with 2 minutes on the clock.
You hear Teki too, also with that Meteor looking at Ice as well. Prince starting the engagement though, first with the internal bond, and then you see the invisible boundary as the Magneto ult comes in, sees if they can try to find an angle, hugs against the wall, and then Iramori too, with that God of Mischief, everybody getting stunned for here as the follow-up comes in from Goma. That was beautiful here, and it's collaborative time. Alani Win, they're calling to get this moving.
It was looking all Sentinels. That was it. That was the story. That map was going to end, swap sides, and wrap it up. But Goma with the quad on Wolverine. That is why you play Logan. You love to see it. And just like that, 4 more minutes of play.
That was a beautiful follow-up here. We're going to get this going. Going to be swinging around Nectar. Being on that Wolverine himself, Crimzo does have that ultimate ready to go here with the Strangling Prison. He activates it immediately right afterwards. No wombo combo that we saw earlier on from Ryan Amazing, but he does have a Supernova ready to go here. He's just going to wait at this point for the fate of both worlds to end up, just so that way they can keep controlling this corner.
Yeah, K-Drill's doing a great little ult there, but there's the Supernova. They did not combine it this time. A little bit spread out, but they're going to be able to get enough done. But Eternal Bomb keeping them alive. Great use of the ultimates. They're forced to respond. Kurova throwing up the invisible boundary. And Ryan Amazing now just trying to get that pick on the strategist. But in turn, Goma and Ice get the flip of the switch. And just like that, they're getting that pressure and momentum they wanted.
That MVP play right there was Prince all the way around. The cycle through the ults between their own Luna Snow Fate of both worlds having to be used just slightly earlier, and then the internal bond right there just helped Alani Win stay alive.
Yeah, and guess what? All you need sometimes is a Wolverine ultimate. We just saw that with Goma. He's got one. That's all they have. That's all they need. They also have the thing ready to go if they need to use that ultimate as well. And look at this. I love the stalking of the animal, just like Wolverine is.
And of course the map boundaries too. You have to imagine just breaking that wall right underneath their feet, preventing a surprise attack, but they still were able to isolate. Isolation from both sides. A surprise gets 2 over to the side. The backline wiped out. Following up with Sentinels though, it's a trade from both sides. Alani Win so incredibly low, but they're still able to sustain.
They got to take Goma out. He's going crazy and holding the fort down, feasting off those group walls, getting that easy rage. But Ryan Amazing does put that light out as the Torch was able to get the job done. 2 minutes left. They're going with aggression again. Back-to-back double shield bros up front, taking the fight to them.
And with Prince staying alive too, you needed that port so that way Prince could have some safety before getting staggered. Rest of Alani Win now move all the way up. Ice does have that Meteor M ready to go, and Amazing having that Supernova may have to be that target here if you can look over to the other side. And then your Fate of both wards now activate from K-Jules, still being able to stay alive, navigating around with Nectar being the first out from the initial start of this engagement. Crimzo also getting staggered, stunned because of Goma. Goma continues to be a problem.
Wow, I gotta say, Crimso's having a rough time with Goma right now, really answering the call. Great defensive ult there from Ice, shutting down Human Torch just for a quick second. And altogether, the play here, Alani wins. I like what I'm seeing. Beautiful play. Everybody's doing their part. Go out there, have some fun. And we're seeing that Goma is having a blast. And it's all led with Prince in some great strategic play.
And the way that the strategists have been cycling through... Oh, all right, he's going to just slowly fall back around. And the way that strategists have been pacing around their own ultimates here. Looking at what we have on board for Sentinels, another slight lag here as Jalen now comes in with the Agamotto, the follow-up to take care of the problem. That is amazing. Then we find our Amori at the same time here. And Nectar does get one pick. And again, as she goes, suppresses, sings, and he dances.
That is what Bucky does well, and that was so important for them to do because Torch can just set up the flame walls on that stair, and it's so hard to get through there. Perfect Agamotto. Yes, the lanterns went out. It was not enough, and then you've got the reset on the Loki clones. Suppress getting the job done. Doesn't need Punisher. They push through this final point. Let's see if they can grab it.
And that Kraken impact, I really do be hearing that in my nightmares for real. And also when you talk about the last point here, just getting through this choke could be difficult when you have Amazing flying around the pillars just for some makeshift cover. Here comes the Meteor of M coming in from Techie, going over to the side, doesn't find a hit just yet. Remori does have the God of Mischief. Gonna be able to try to copy that. Crimzo is gonna be able to follow up. It's collaborate time and finding Suppress. May hold back Alani Win just for now.
Yeah, and it's important not to use too many ults here. They're going to have at least one more fight as Alani Win is charging up all their ultimate economy, but they did use that K-Jules Luna ult to keep everyone alive. There's the invisible boundary, and Techie taking down both Jules, and there goes Ice, and they're going to do a reset most likely. Prince is going to trade. Roma, though, getting rid of himself, keeping the passive. This is important here for Wolverine to keep that passive as they set up for one last fight, Vicky.
France is still alive, but this is a very big stagger. That's unfortunate, but you got at least less than a minute on the clock to reset, try to go in for that next fight.
Yeah, sometimes they just let the person live, and Prince probably tried their best to get out of there, and unfortunately they did a good job to stagger them. But great job in awareness from Goma to reset. Goma has 61%. We saw what that Wolf ult can do. That Meteor M, though, is going to be huge. Look at Sentinels. They have nothing in Strategist ultimate to respond.
See if that adamantium is just enough for Goma to help keep Alani Win in their foundation right now. Techie also having that Meteor Crimzo with the Clarence time. It's a trade from both sides between Jalen and Crimzo, but it is Alani Win that suffered the most casualties.
Though that ultimate was pressed at the exact same time. Great setup for the thing ult. Unfortunately, Techie showing who was the stronger. Magneto, they've got a portal, got stuck on the top end and unable to secure. But you know what? If you're Alani Win, great freaking push. It was not looking good at the beginning. The Goma changed it, and then they had great momentum. If they can win this, they got to lock in.
Dude, what a match that was right there. Alani Win putting on a performance. I'm a new fan right now looking at the way that they've been putting on pressure onto the actual gauntlet of a team that is Sentinels. I mean, even talking about the way that Goma played, that was amazing. Prince, too. Like, Goma and Prince together were dangerous.
Yeah, and what they were able to do is Suppress was able to take down the strategist in the backline because Goma shut down what Sentinels do so well, and that's great Vanguard play at the helm of Crimzo. Crimzo was a non-factor to the end there, and then Techie was able to really step it up there, traded unfortunately with Ice there on the Magneto, and get the job done. Sentinels, they're an amazing team. They've been here before. Alani Win, take a deep breath and get this defense locked in.
30 seconds before
Could be easy to get a little shaky while look at these stats right now. Alani Win putting a name on the board for themselves. Both ends. I mean, look at the way that the backline has just been able to sustain the rest of Alani Win in comparison to what we had seen from Sentinels, where they were getting staggered just a little bit time and time when they were losing out on some of these team fights on that second point.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Korova. We talked a lot about Aramori, but I want to, shout out Prince, K-Jules, they have 30k plus healing. They are locking it down and doing an incredible job at that. And some of that was, a lot of that wasn't from the Luna ult, because that went away pretty quick, as we saw. Here's their defensive effort. Can they hold them?
See here. Here, kitty. Gonna yeet the Wolverine as Nectar comes in from the skies. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's your Wolverine kidnapping your Magneto. He's got the bubble ready to go, and even with some protection, the damage output is just way too much from Sentinels.
Yeah, great job here as they're getting that pressure built right away. This is the opposite of the story that we saw from Alani Win. Nectar, the job done early as Wolverine forced him to be pushed back. That point getting capped. You know what? You got plenty of space. You don't want them to get in too much, but you don't want to trade. It's a careful battle, but they are going down one by one. And now, unfortunately, you have the full reset that they're going to have to do to try to stop them on this path.
The way that they're just yeeting Nectar to clear space again. Oh no, that's not the bullet I want to deal with on the opposite end. And then you don't just kidnap the tanks, you have to kidnap Prince while you're at it. Following up from Crimzo, this is the different playmaking abilities now that we're currently seeing Sentinels being so well coordinated with.
Now, Nectar heard us gassing up Goma, and he's like, you know what? I'll show you some Wolverine of my own. All right, okay, let me show you what I got. Amazing has just been doing an incredible job because there's so much responsibility for Torch. You're able to do damage, but just that pressure and zoning and poke that you can do is why he's still such a good hero, even after some heavy nerfs to his abilities here. We're riding the first corner. This is a tough one to get. We'll see if they'll push through here.
K-Jules does have that Fate of Both Worlds initiated already here. Gotta watch out for that Magneto Meteor, though. Finds the shot onto K-Jules. Just enough damage for Amazing to be that finishing blow. And with a clobbering time, finding 3, sends 4 right back to the spawn with Teki getting that follow-up.
Teki doesn't need any abilities, just the good old poke and damage from Magneto, what makes him so great. He got a triple showcasing that aim, and Teki really showing up here as a great finisher to this team. Sentinels coming together as one. They've got to do something here to stop. They cannot let them get through this.
And with the Supernova here too, Prince calls in the invisible boundary. Meteor drops down. Nice save out here too, right through the double invisible boundary. Looking like a Venn diagram out here. So you have to look forward to the other side. Nectar comes in as well as 100 rage, sending them all the way back. And it's another team fight win in favor for Sentinels. And they are just breezing through this point. 5 minutes on the clock and even more staggers.
The Vanguards took that personally. Crimzo and Teki really stepping up. And unfortunately, these Meteor M's have not been connecting for Ice. There's been a couple crucial connections that unfortunately did not get that landing. And look at this. We've got the fastball special. Can we get Nectar going and being thrown up? Maybe taking out Goma? That would be the play of the century.
This is always my favorite team up to see out and play. This is always great to see that repositioning here, throwing out the Wolverine. Yeet. Rivars dropping down, unexpected position. Oh, but the answer to stop him, actually expecting Nectar, the adaptation of potential that we just saw there from Alani Win as they make their own changes within their own hero lineup.
I love it right here, too. Got this high ground, but there's the defensive stop, and my gosh, the Meteor him gets stopped in its tracks. It does stop a brutal Iron Man ult, but you do have Extermination. Goma trying to get pressure on. Nectar able to be taken out Ice there off the map, and at this point, they're just trying to do anything. Throw everything at this team to not let them up the stair.
Oh no, Prince was caught trying to jump away in time, up in the air. Kidnaps all the way down, right back in the middle. It's clobbering time here, as Alani Win also have K-Jules, Fate of Both Worlds to keep this team alive right through Amazing Supernova.
So Nectar's on like 5,000 sensitivity. I just saw his Wolverine POV. That was up. He took her right into that little ult. Unfortunately, was able to get the connection afterward. And Alani Win did a great job. They did well, but Sentinels, they went crazy. They took that personally and ended this matchup, making it yet another 2-0.
I feel like they're always keeping us on the edge of our seats here, Cozy. Literally dangling it. I mean, not only in a 2-0, but despite some of that pushback that we saw from Alani Win, that was a pretty fast takeover. 3 minutes, 53 seconds to complete that final map.
Yeah, listen, I know they didn't get a map like we said, but I honestly got to say I'm pretty proud of their performance there. And I think they have a real shot in that lower bracket. If you're Alani Win, this was your first big stage, big lights, hold your head up high. You just went against Sentinels and did a damn good job. Sentinels, though, getting the job done, 48K. from Rymazing, my guy, and then Aramori, great healing all around from the team. Techie, though, and Crimso really polished it up there on that second part of the map.
48,000. Like, we were highlighting 30K before diving into this map. Rymazing was just getting away with murder at that point. And yes, the highlight Crimso, it was the wombo combo followed between both Crimso and Rymazing. Nectar too, being that hidden left field pick that you see just try to kidnap a lot of the opposition, whether it be Prince or you're a Vanguard. No one was safe here. Sentinels, they take the dub here in a very great last matchup to end the day.
A casual 15 final hits from Techie, by the way. Just and half of those were the primary of Magneto. I mean, just we're seeing it some here. Great job all around and very clean play. It's been nice to see the addition of him to this Sentinel squad. You know, I'm sure, Kalush, great player, but it's awesome to see this team come together. Here's Goma's huge highlight as well. Both teams playing to their best performance. And we were talking about this earlier. Sometimes once you just get this first point, you're really able to snowball. Goma showcased it there. Sometimes it just takes showing a little blood from these top teams.
Yeah, especially when you get around the corner that's like right south of that second checkpoint, could be very difficult to get through because of the opening of that one corner broken building. But they were able to clear a lot of that space, cycling through those support ults here too. But then when you look at Sentinels and the way that they were on the attack, it was almost like a night and day difference. That Rymazing torch was just uncontested a majority of that time. Even though Suppress had tried to utilize that Hela, it wasn't really able to get much done. So you saw Bucky coming right back. And again, more of these clobbering from Crimso to get the follow-up.
Yeah, and I've got to say, this is why it is tough to be towards the top in anything, right? In sports, every team is going to bring their best against you, and you don't know the opposition, right? Alani Win, they didn't know a ton about them, and now we just saw what they can bring to the table. Sentinels, though, showing why they deserve to be towards one of the top teams in NA, and I'm ecstatic to see them perform how I expected them to perform, again, as one of the best.
As professionals to dissect, you could also look and see Alani Win definitely did their homework. Now, like what you mentioned, not having a lot of information on Alani Win if you are on the side of Sentinels, unless there's been some sort of scrimmage, even if it's lackluster scrimmage, Sentinels approach this not really knowing what to expect, and then Alani Win maybe having a little bit more of that information still highlights, though, what Sentinels as a professional team can do to make the adjustments that they had after seeing the progress that a team like Alani Win, squad that maybe they don't know too much about, were able to do when they were the ones on the attack.
Dude, we are set up for such a good both upper and lower bracket, because in the upper bracket, we saw the teams 100 Thieves progress. We have Sentinels progressing. Keep in mind, FlyQuest, Envy. But then these lower bracket teams, Ricky, I'm just as excited to see some of these, new teams come up and what they can do against each other.
Exactly. And, also seeing the way that our bracket is shaping up to be already, like, we've had so much great action. Yes, it's been in these 2-0 fashions, but it's giving us a hint at what to expect as the teams that have stayed alive in this winner side of the bracket now move on. Of course, seeing Group B between Sentinels and CTG.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming, that's a matchup right there. That's a big one. I'm excited for that one because we saw that Citadel Gaming really lived up to who they were and what we've heard the rumblings of. And then Sentinels obviously being the team that they are. Also down low, I think Alani wins. This is a great matchup here versus Nightmare. I think I'd be happy if I were them to try to take that team on. Certainly, either team could win, but I do like that matchup, especially on the resumes that we have seen today. Listen, I know there was a lot of 2-0s. We had some, more not close games, but I think we did see a lot of these up-and-comers show why they are here in Ignite, and there's a lot of action to come.
Yeah, and I think looking at the way that lower bracket is going to play out should put into perspective how some of these teams that still have a lot to iron out, how they're going to be able to approach their lower bracket run. Because usually I see teams or even individual players just get this in-game rage or boost where they just power up where they couldn't perform in the winner's bracket in a way different fashion looking at that loser side.
Yeah, we've seen that before. I think it was FlyQuest in the Invitational. They had a rough day one. Day two was like a completely different story. And that's all it takes sometimes. And honestly, day one sometimes is some of the toughest times to play because it's the hype, it's the noise, everything happening at once. And, you can get that out of the way and then you know what to expect from here on out. And you can go back and look at performances, team comps, pick bands, a lot of this is won at that pick ban state. People don't realize it's all that homework that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's kind of what we saw actually within our first set of the day, kind of where that first map seemed almost like it was at a loss because of what we had seen from Punisher itself. But then we also got to see things in that final set. Sentinels, I know they're Sentinels for a reason, but Techie also being able to perform on that Magneto. We saw, what was it, like 14, 15 final KOs. So being able to also bring a little bit of that energy, being that tier 1 team to stick with that title, there's a lot in store for us between these two different groups and within the Americas.
And as we prep up this interview, I've got to ask you, is there anything you saw today hero-wise that kind of surprised you? I mean, we did see one Emma. That didn't happen. But anything you saw today that was like, oh, wow, I wasn't expecting to see that as much?
Honestly, I feel like people, Human Torch, after the nerfs that we had seen going in.
I was going to say.
Yeah, Human Torch, that damage output, uncontested, is insane. But then you have to consider why that works, right? Like, if you just pull up into your own ranked games, I saw, Marvel Rivals Ignite, Americas, I want to try this out within my own ranked games. You have to consider how your team plays around you. And that's something, obviously, pros have this nailed down because you have so much experience and you have a lot of practice going in. But to be able to get away with doing that and stay uncontested is still very impressive.
Absolutely. I think Iron Man's getting all the buzz right now as the lead flyer, and then Human Torch getting that role, ultimately some storm play. We do have an interview though right now. Let's welcome in former coach, now player of the Sentinels, Crimzo. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks. It was a good match, and I'm happy to be here now.
Well, congratulations. Sometimes that first one can always be the toughest. I've watched a lot of Sentinels play. Talk to me about what we've seen with some roster changes. Kalu's moving on, Super Gomez. We have Nectar taking that spot for now in this fight. How do you adapt as this team? You guys are known as this tight-knit team. Talk to me about, some of these changes and what to expect.
Yeah, we went through a lot of different changes, and we've gotten a lot of flexibility now, I would say, is kind of like the big thing. I really wanted us to be able to kind of flex around and kind of play whatever was necessary and not have to worry about like hero pools necessarily. So I think we brought in a lot of like very talented players, and I think that they've definitely exceeded any expectation that was made. But yeah, I think like the roster's been doing great so far, and I'm kind of really happy with how we've been improving.
So with the advanced legend ban system going on, first off, by the way, Crimson, long time no see. It's nice to see you again. But looking at the way that the legend ban system has played into Ignite specifically, you talk about navigating through being flexible here, and you guys being that #1 seed. I mean, I can only imagine you guys have been practicing a lot for different circumstance. How has that worked for your team in your favor to work around being flexible?
Yeah, I think this new ban system has kind of changed a lot in terms of kind of what teams need to be able to prepare for and kind of like also plan ahead in terms of like, before you actually get into the whole pick ban process. But having that flexibility is great. I think we have a lot of different kind of like styles and looks that work out really well for us. So I definitely think that we're definitely one of the more, I would say, like prepared teams for this kind of a ban system, I would say.
Yeah, listen, the thought of you going that crazy on Groot with those cats behind you just make my day. Like, I love that cat. Beautiful portrait that you have. I gotta ask, Citadel Gaming, they've been formerly Boom Crew. That's your next opponent, I believe. Have you scrimmed against them? Are you, have you guys played before? What do you think of them? And I want to give you the floor to talk to the audience here today and let us in a little bit.
Yeah, I think Citadel is a very strong team. I think they've been improving a lot recently as well. So, going into the match against them, I'm anticipating like a really kind of like tough fought match. I think it'll be close. Obviously, I'm very confident that we're going to be able to take it away. However, I do anticipate a good fight. So, and that's kind of the most fun as a player and also for a viewer. So it should be a very good match.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, from coach to player, you now have iRemix, right, who came from Envy to you guys. Has it been, is it tough for you to kind of go off of that coaching role and into that player slot? By now, you've done the MRC at this position as well, but has that been an easy adjustment for you, or is it still you still have that coach in you a little bit?
Well, actually, iRemix is on 100 Thieves, not on our team.
100 Thieves, sorry.
Yeah, it's 100 teams. So actually with our team, I'm still also doing the coaching as well as, playing kind of like full time. I'm kind of doing a little bit of both right now. Obviously I'm able to kind of pull from my past Overwatch experience. And so far, like everything's been working out pretty well. So like typically, after scrims, I'm like, leading the kind of VOD reviews, going through the fights, talking to everybody, making sure we're kind of on the same page. And that's kind of like how I handle like the day-to-day as well as like thinking about kind of like what we can do in like the pick ban process as well. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and obviously it's not just myself. Like I also have plenty of help from my teammates and also our analyst Anexile. So overall there's a very strong kind of like support system in place, and I think that like I said earlier, I think we're looking good to kind of do well in this sort of a meta and then in this kind of pick ban process as well.
Awesome. Well, hey, it's great always having you on here. Say what's up to Rai, Aramori, Karova, the whole gang over there, and we're excited to watch you guys continue to just do a great job here for Rivals, and we appreciate you coming on.
Yep. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely, man. Good luck out there. Alrighty, that was Crimzo from Sentinels. Man, I mentioned their biggest rival in 100 Thieves with the remix. Love it. I think it's so cool to go from that coach role to player, though, and still also coach, all while I believe his fiance on the team of Aramori. All of their dynamic is such like a cool story for Sentinels.
It really is, because all I could think about, like listening to Crimzo, because I've seen Crimzo play and pop off so many times in other games, and seeing like the dynamic that we saw for the first game between Aramori and Crimzo with that Gruel, like I'm still not over that. That was kind of like the perfect start to that series, but then should also showcase Crimzo with big brain player Bane being able to navigate now being from coach to then now doing almost a hybrid. It's hard because you have to focus on a lot of little things at the same time of your own gameplay, and now you have to add that on top of your team and kind of being that gateway to enable the rest of your squad. So that's really impressive.
Yeah, to go from this tight unit that's been together for months now to have 2 new additions to that and still show no bend, no break, that's impressive. Also, what's impressive, guys, is we have 2 new skins in Marvel Rivals, and I always crack up here because we've got the new Wolverine skin of him on his absolute, if you guys know the lore, one of his worst days. And then look at Jeff just having a great time. Weapon X Wolverine and the Sunshine Land Shark Jeff. Vicky, do you have either of these yet?
Not yet, actually, but I really want to get that adamantium, like finally breaking out, like trauma Wolverine skin really bad. It looks super fresh too. And then Jeff having the best time. I actually have Pajama Jeff, so you know what, trying to see maybe it's time to switch things up here.
Yeah, love to see it. And again, love all the skins. You guys can scoop these up right now in the store to flex your heroes and Wolverine. We saw a lot of that today. Now, we saw all the matches. If you guys are just now coming in, we're going to go ahead and recap today's results and what to expect for day 2. Coming up, we have a lot of actions. 100 Thieves taking out Luminosity Gaming 2-0. Nightmare falling to Citadel Gaming 0-2, Vicky.
Yeah, and then we got Shikigami with another 0-2, falling to Jobless Bumps, who put on a great performance out here, as well as our final match to end the day, as you guys just saw, Sentinels taking a clean 2-0 versus Alani Win.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We have an awesome day heading for you tomorrow. And with that, let's go and take a look at that schedule. We have Iron Ship and Dogman gassing a great matchup of Dark Zero versus Team Nemesis, FlyQuest versus Ego Death. We've got some top-tier teams here, Vicky.
Yeah, and then we got Shroud X versus Techie XD, Envy versus Solaris as our final series of the day. And you know what? That's why we get to highlight our top other squads playing off against each other earlier today. Now we get to see the rest of these 2 groups face off against each other tomorrow for their matches.
Yeah, hey, Shroud is a sub there on Shroud X. Maybe we might see that Hawkeye, who's meta right now. He's killing it at the moment. But yeah, listen, we've got a lot of packed days from now all the way to Sunday. So be sure to come back, check out all the action. And I'm sure tomorrow is going to bring a lot of heat. I don't expect all the 2-0s tomorrow, Vicky. I expect there to be some more bloodshed.
some more good Marvel Rivals. It's been a fantastic time to join you as well, Cozy, on the mic. Thank you for being so welcoming for my very first Marvel Rivals commentary opportunity. And honestly, being able to showcase these teams and what they bring out to the table, even the teams that you don't expect, I had a great time to see what they have had to do to adjust around this advanced hero ban.
Absolutely, guys. We have 6 months. This is the birth of esports, and we started it all today. We will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Have a great one. Until the next one, guys. Happy rivaling.